Commissioner, she's up on the
Okay,
third.
good.
And we are live.
We are live, all right.
See Nancy.
Yeah, she's at.
Oh, there's Nancy.
So I would like to call this meeting, special meeting of the New York State Commission on Ethics and Lobbying in Government to order on this March 14th, 2023. This is a meeting to look at our committees, both how we approach committees here, what some of the more high-level priorities are for staff and for commissioners. I'm going to ask our executive director, Sanford Berlin, if he can tell us if we have a quorum and any other things we need to do to make this an official meeting.
We do have a quorum here in New York. We also have a number of commissioners who are participating remotely pursuant to the commission's procedures and resolution governing remote attendance on account of exceptional circumstances. A number of upstate counties, including the Albany area, are experiencing a snow emergency, and therefore commissioners Groenewegen and Ayers are participating remotely, and Commissioner Carney may be as well, or he may be present at his law office in Syracuse. We don't know yet.
There.
Right now?
Yes,
Here,
Commissioner
yeah.
Carney? Yes.
Yeah, so I am present at a public location in Syracuse at the law firm at Hancock Estabrook.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask if there are any adjustments or changes to the agenda, let me just make a public announcement. The agenda was emailed to us, I believe, on, check here. It was on last Friday, March 10th at 1:41. So before we look at the agenda though, to see if there are any changes, let me just bring to the public's attention that we will have a public meeting, public hearing. That's the New York State Commission on Ethics and Lobbying in Government public hearing at New York Law School on March 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that's on West Broadway in Manhattan. And there is more information about this on the COLIC website. So New York Law School, 10 to 2, March 29th. Thank you. Now, is the agenda, just looking at, I know we were going to make some changes in some of the the times that the committees would actually have their individual meetings. I'm looking now at education and administration at 10:50. Education training at 11:55. We have a break at 12:55. Legal at 1:15, ethics at 2:20, and communications at 3:25, lobbying at 4:30. Is that how everybody understands the schedule? Any need for any changes? All right. So we want to begin by having a more general sort of high-level discussion about the role and purpose of committees. And we've heard from two of our commissioners already on this issue, so we'll start with them. I'll start first with Commissioner Groenewegen to get her comments. We'll go to Commissioner Edwards to get hers, and then we'll proceed from there with an open discussion about the role of committees. So, Commissioner Groenewegen, are you with us?
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. And good morning, everybody. I appreciate very much this opportunity to talk about our committees generally before we get into the specifics of it, because as many of you know, I've had questions about how the committees are going to operate and what the committees are actually going to do ever since we first proposed the committees. And I think my overarching concern has always been to ensure that if we're using the committees or whatever structure we settle on to exercise effective oversight of the agency, as opposed to running it, but to exercise effective oversight, I think we have to be very mindful of ensuring that our oversight is meaningful and that we don't inadvertently intrude upon the duties and responsibilities of the executive staff, the executive director and staff. It relates back to how I think the statute understands the commission as a body and how the entity as an agency is going to operate on a regular basis. And that we have the authority under the law to delegate various duties we have to the executive director to have him perform them in between meetings. And we've done that. We've done that broadly. But it's clear, too, that while we've delegated the duties, we haven't divested ourselves of the duties, nor have we divested ourselves of the oversight responsibility. So the question for me has always been, how are we going to, having delegated the duties, but not divested ourselves of the responsibility of oversight, how are we going to exercise that oversight meaningfully? And from the outset, we've recognized one significant obstacle to effective oversight. And that obstacle is the requirement under the open meetings law that committee meetings be treated as public meetings and subject to all the requirements of the law. And operationally, the concern isn't transparency. The concern is operational efficiency. How do we get everybody together on a committee to get the work done and the like? And that has, I think, impeded the work of any oversight. And we've been trying to figure that out. And that's always had me thinking about, well, we settled early on the concept of committees and called them committees. But I never felt we had a complete discussion, and I think that's part of what today is, about what these committees, but I think for purposes of this discussion, I would just rather call them entities, are supposed to do to exercise the meaningful oversight. And it seems to me there are ways to achieve the end I think we all are trying to get to in a way that's more efficient, less burdensome, and I would submit more transparent. And the way I think we could do this, and I think we had a tad of that discussion at our last meeting when we were talking about that broad paragraph in the per diem resolution about the chair having the authority to assign staff to do members to do specific things. But I think there's a way that process of having individual members or a group of members, small group of members, designated more as member liaisons to the agency. And what I see as the benefit of a liaison or a very small number of liaisons, as opposed to a committee, is that first we would more approach our oversight responsibilities I think, more on an issue by issue basis, as opposed to just a broad organizational basis. Each liaison, and even if it's still done organizationally by agency division or subdivision, as we sort of have anticipated the committees, what the liaison would be charged with is a specific task. As the task or the issue came up, that task or issue could be defined in an open meeting, so that all the commission member know, we all know what the task is. We know, well, not only do we know, the executive director would know, the public would know, the staff would know. There'd be this common understanding among everybody who has a vested interest in understanding how we're operating, to know what we're doing. And I think that has the effect of promoting transparency. I think if we structured ourselves that way, each liaison would have a specific deliverable, so that would be known, and we could have understandings as to the timeline for the deliverable. And then how the work would be done would be the way any kind of advisory or consulting role, but we'll call it oversight for now, would be done. Meaning, hypothetically, say I were the liaison to all or part of the Division of Administration, but maybe let's keep it narrower. Say just that part of admin that's overseeing personnel. And say we, the commission, we want to understand how something is being done. And we just want to understand it. So the liaison, after the discussion about what it is we need to understand on a specific basis, can, I think in a very informal way, not subject to the open meetings law, have a meaningful conversation with the executive director and his appropriate staff, so that that's understood. And then when that's understood, and if there's a deliverable attached, and I don't know, it could be everything from, any of our policies relative to the workforce. If anything needed to be modified, a document or anything like that needed to be modified or revised, there would be the way to structure the work in a way that I think is appropriate, where you start with, again, this comes back to what's delegated. You have staff start the work because that's their job. They're thinking through these issues that we're grappling with on a day-to-day basis. They start the work. If it's a reg, if it's a memo, they start something, and then the liaison can respond to that as appropriate. And if it requires some editing, that can be done through a shared document that goes back and forth. I would submit that document, while it's still in this planning deliberative phase, isn't subject to the open meeting. Isn't subject to FOIL yet. It's still just advisory deliberative. It's not a final agency action or document. But we can do the kind of thoughtful planning and thinking in a way that complies with the legal structure we find ourselves operating in. We can be mindful of the staff prerogatives, and we can accomplish the same end that I think committees were entitled to do. But my problem with the committees is you've got what I think, and I've shared this, I think very relatively large groups. I mean, our body as a body is only at a maximum 11 members. And to have, when you count members and the ex officio members, sometimes we have as much as a third or of the entire body on the committee. And I think my experience with some committees is that the way an effective committee works is there's somebody designated to develop the agenda, the materials and the like. That's not a group project. The group, if there's the review, it's of a concrete work product, and it has a beginning and an end. But I don't see committees as, they're not opportunities to just discuss generally broad institutional concerns. I see what we need to be doing as members as a discrete oversight function that's task specific, that is defined and deliverable. And the advantage of all this is that we as members of the commission better understand what's going on. Staff understands what's expected of them, and we work more efficiently. So that's my concern in a nutshell. I think there is a mechanism, an alternative to committees, multi-person committees, which would be individual or where necessary, perhaps dual staff liaisons. And they don't have to be fixed for all time. In fact, I think one advantage of a liaison model is that depending on the issue, if somebody has a particular interest or expertise in the issue, they can make sure they're working on it. Alternatively, if you were the liaison and you were assigned, you had a fixed assignment, but for whatever reason, for many of the members who still have full-time jobs, if you're in the middle of preparing for trial or grading exams or doing whatever you're doing, you don't have to be assumed to be responsible for the overall task at that time. So that's my thinking.
Thank you. Let's hear from Commissioner Edwards, unless there are people that have clarifying questions for Commissioner Grothman. All right, Commissioner Edwards.
So thank you. So while the first proposal really talks about a discrete function for the committees with defined deliverables, it feels like you envision the commissioners, or the body of commissioners, to serve as advisors and consultants to staff, to be drawn or to be used as needed. Am I correct in understanding that? Generally speaking.
I guess I would make it a little bit broader than that. But yeah, advisor in terms of giving relevant advice about what the members' understanding is, what the commission is thinking is, if it's been decided, or to help staff think about what they're doing with an outside pair of eyes. So in that respect, if it's advice and consulting, yes. But I go back to the purpose of the member being there is to...
I just need clarification. I understand your point now. Can I just...
But the overall objective is oversight. So yes, we're advising, but we're also asking questions and making sure we understand.
Thank you. I guess when I was thinking about some of the things that came in my mind when I was thinking about the purpose of the committee was kind of thinking about, well, what happened to make other agencies not do well, like Jacob and and its predecessors. And I also began thinking, what is my role here? What does this body represent? My proposal does not suggest that we are advisors or consultants or experts to the commission. I believe, or my proposal is based on the assumption that this is a governing body that oversees the operations, and that we don't delegate, we don't discreetly delegate to the staff. We delegate everything to the staff with regard to their being hired, starting with the executive director, to fulfill the expectations outlined in the law and interpreted and envisioned by this body. And just looking at what took place at JACO, understanding that history, and some of the emails I've seen going back and forth with regard to how that body interacted with staff, it seemed to me that a void was, at least when I was writing this, that there were two separate entities operating onto itself, in a sense, and that the staff did not meet often with committees. And they were, just as you defined it, they were, I would imagine, available to be drawn upon for their expertise and advice. I believe that this body is the legal entity responsible to making sure that the staff we've hired to execute the programs based on the law serve as our vehicle to oversee this agency. I think about, what happened under the last administration. The public and the legislature came after the board, the governing body. They didn't come after staff. And that, to me, affirms that we are responsible to make sure that the resources we've been delegated is done so in a legal and appropriate way, and that we hire staff from the executive director on down to exercise that in an efficient way. And it's our obligation to be held accountable to the public for how those resources were used. Now, I clearly understand the fine difference between oversight and interfering with the day-to-day operations. That's not something I think we should do. I do agree it should be clearly defined. I think that it's very important for the chair and the executive director to have a strong, close relationship where the chair listens and understands our professional we hired to guide the organization in a particular way. That's your function. It's not our function to do it. That's why we hire staff to do it. It's our function to understand it, agree with it, and support it wholeheartedly. And spend a lot of time making sure that we don't interfere with the day-to-day operations. But we sure better make sure that systems are in place to allow us to justify how we use our funds and the human resources assigned to us by taxpayers. And I tell you, for the last 6 months, I wanted to bring this up. Everybody may agree, but I don't feel we're all on the same page. And using the words liaison and advisors and consultants muddies the water. We are responsible for this organization, period. We're not advisors, we're not consultants. And we should be comfortable enough to allow our staff, starting with our executive director, to run this organization as he sees fit. However, we ought to have this system in place to make sure that it's done as we agreed upon, it's consistent with the law, is done in a timely way, and we can measure results. I put forth the proposal today not to just, not to ask you to agree with whatever proposal you decide upon. But in order to understand the committee functions, I think there needs to be a general understanding or a general agreement on which we should operate, how we see ourselves as an entity. And I definitely don't see ourselves as, well, we advise in a certain way. We consult in a certain way. But our main responsibility is fiduciary. We have a responsibility to make sure that this agency is operating. And I think that's what's been missing. That's been missing.
Commissioner Cardozo, then to Commissioner Owens.
I think in some respects, we're arguing about words, but not what we're doing. Let's recall that we have created specifically one committee to deal with what I'll call the delegation issue, which was flagged in the Hogan Lovells report. And Len Austin is chairing a committee to look at all the delegation issues, and we have staff working with us. And we recognize, yes, the commission runs the agency, but there are provisions in the law that call for the staff to be doing things, recommendations that we have to take a hard look at that. And so that committee, which has no decision-making power, but will study the issue and then soon will then have a report of some kind that it will then give to the commissioners, having discussed it with appropriate staff, including in particular the executive director. And we will decide whether that delegation, because it is up to us, is appropriate. On the other hand, there are a number of issues, I think many of them listed on the various agendas that we saw, that don't require at all as much study. What should we do with respect to communication policy? Should that be changed? What is that policy? We should take a look at what that policy is. Because the committee will discuss it, no decision-making power. If it thinks that policy should be changed, it will discuss that with the staff, and will ultimately bring that to the full commission. Other things require a great deal of internal expertise. The training program, we have obviously budgetary issues there. Should we meet, what is being done? Can we help the staff in any way? So I think when you look at all the various agendas, some of them are very long-term, some of them are short. Some of those things, once they're looked at, that committee will have a certain expertise, if you will, although no decision-making power. I think that's all set. Now, once we start going forward, and certainly the open meetings law doesn't make this any easier, I certainly agree with that. Once we go forward, we may want to tweak things a little bit. But I think one of the problems we've had is with everything else going on and the open meetings law issue, we've had trouble having committee meetings, if you will. Remembering that committees have no decision-making power, but each committee is going to develop a certain amount of expertise. If there's a longer-term issue, such as the delegation issue, which obviously can't be decided overnight, then have a special committee. So I think, in due respect to what both Nancy said and Claudia said, I think we have that. We should get started, have these committees, decide the agendas. Maybe it will flag that we need a couple more, quote, special committees, if you will. And let's get started doing what we hope to get done. What are the issues that each committee should take a look at? No decision-making power. And then take a look after, say, another month at how things are going as to whether there should be any tweaks.
Let me, just a couple of comments and then we'll open up to see if there are any more questions or comments. But first, let me thank Commissioner Groenewegen and Commissioner Edwards for their perspectives on this. And Commissioner Cardozo's reminder that we have established these committees. We've already voted to do that. So to undo it would require a motion and then to have that motion seconded and approved. Let me also say with regard to the open meetings law that we are in discussion now with a number of parties, including legislators and other groups that take a real interest in the work of this commission around developing a set of suggested changes to the open meetings law that will actually allow for more access to these committee meetings if they can be done virtually as opposed to us always having to be in person, always streamed to the public and thus always allowing greater public access. So I'm hoping that we can get those set of recommendations and any other legislative tweaks we think might be helpful to this committee compiled and then advanced soon after perhaps the budget is finally completed in the state, recognizing that that takes up a lot of time and energy on the part of legislators and others right now. So, so we have the committees. They have been established. Appreciate the perspectives others have on them. I think we should deal with the open meetings law issues, but move forward with the mandate that has been set before us by the public and by the legislation that governs the work of the agency. Commissioner Ayers. And I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So I think I'm agreeing with a lot of what's been said before. I just wanted to say two things. One about the commission's role and one specifically about committees and how we go forward today. In terms of the commission's role, I think I'm agreeing with a lot of what's been said before. I see our role as three things, and I think it's useful to clarify them as we go into the committee conversation. One is there's a set of things that we have to vote on as a body that are in the statute, and those can't be delegated to committee because we have to all vote on them together. One is oversight, as I think Commissioner Groenewegen and Commissioner Edwards were talking about. I absolutely think we're accountable to the public for making sure that this whole agency does its job in a way that we're all proud of. And I think it's an interesting and difficult question how to best serve that role because it's a really big job. And then third, I think that in terms of the conversation about advisory role or consultants, I see it as sort of like a bonus thing that we're all available to staff. If we happen to have some expertise that staff think would be helpful, then of course you can call on us, but that's completely within Sandy's discretion. If I teach statutory interpretation, so if somebody wants to brainstorm a statutory interpretation problem with me, great, call me up and I'll be here. But that's totally up to Sandy, and it's secondary to our role as oversight, our role of oversight. And in terms of the committee structure, what I wanted to say, so last night I like to try to look for ideas to steal. So I spent a little while looking at other ethics commissions in the country to see if I could find out how anybody else does this. So I looked at about 20 different commissions chosen sort of at random and probably based on my own biases about which states I have fond feelings about. But I looked up, I couldn't actually find any other commissions that have committees. There were a lot of them. That's because they're small. They're smaller. I think we're the biggest commission I found. The other ones I found tended to be 5 members, 6 members. There were a few that were like 9, and as far as I could tell from their minutes, they don't have any committees. So that wasn't particularly helpful. What I was thinking about our committees, since we have established them, is just that I liked the idea in Commissioner Edwards' proposal of asking each committee to draft a charter and to come back to the group with that. I think that's and maybe that's something that's out there already, but that seems great to me. I mean, for myself, when I'm looking at the charters, if I'm eventually voting on them, what I would really love to see is charters that are organized according to tasks rather than themes. So it's not this committee has oversight over training and education or over investigations. It's either staff will present a draft or a proposal or a report, and then the committee will approve it, or somebody on the committee is going to draft something, and then the committee is going to workshop it and get it out to the larger body. But I would love to see the committees defined in terms of what's the work product, what's the actual thing that's going to be produced. Because I think that with all of our oversight responsibilities, what I think is maybe the potential of committees is that they can make the workflow more efficient, ideally, so that it's easier for staff to work in a world where the staff have one boss, Sandy, not 11 bosses. I think that's important, and I think the committees can help sort of channel that workflow so it feels that way. And I would love to see that workflow be clear. The other thing that in my mind is important to avoid is a situation where we have to duplicate. I've seen this happen in presentations where you have to duplicate something that's being presented to the committee, in the sense that staff will have to present it to the committee and then present the same thing to the larger body and basically have the same presentation all over again. If it has to come to the larger body, the only reason for it to go through the committee first, I think, is if there's going to be a need to really like workshop it in the committee where it's something complicated, or if it's something that the committee's drafting itself. If the communications committee is talking about a communication strategy for us, for the commissioners, maybe that needs to be commissioner generated rather than staff generated. And so then, yeah, it comes from a committee and then it gets workshopped and presented out to the whole board. But if we're talking about like the communications plan for the staff, for the organization, then I'm not sure why it would need to be presented to the committee before it gets presented to the larger body, why that's not just duplicative, unless there's really some need to workshop it in a smaller group. But that'll be the question that I have as we go through this: is what's the need for this to be done in a committee, if the larger body is going to have to deal with it anyway? And do we have tasks specific enough that the committees are going to be, an efficient use of everybody's time and an effective way to make sure that oversight really gets done? Those are just my thoughts for whatever they're worth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ayers. Commissioner Groenewegen, did I see your hand raised?
I did, but I think Commissioner Ayers made a lot of the points I was thinking through, but the only thing I would want to add is relative to the question of ensuring that work gets done efficiently. And another concern I have about committees is that the more complicated the issue, I understand the more you need specific people to be thinking about the issue. But if it's a really complicated issue that has implications for the whole of us, then I think it's important that before any committees or entity starts to work on those issues, the issues are defined. I take the delegation subcommittee or special committee right now. I have always understood, all I've known is that group is working on implementing or examining and implementing the Hogan-Lovells recommendation. And when I read that report, I see a very narrow question of delegation relative to decision-making around the approval of outside activity requests by elected officials, statewide elected officials. Now, I can understand that as you start to think about that question, it becomes a larger and larger question to the broader question of delegation. But if the work is going that way, I think there has to be a mechanism that we all understand that those questions are out there. If there's a group that's thinking about them, that's good. But I think we as members, if we're not part of that group, need to know that somebody's thinking about that, and there should be a way, if we have thoughts about that, to get those thoughts into the process earlier rather than later. And because my concern is, it goes back to the efficiency of doing work. If you've got a hard issue and you've got commissioners 1 through 4 looking at it, and staff gets one draft approach in mind to a certain issue, and then you bring it back to the others and they see something differently or whatever, and it causes a fundamental question to be asked about what's been done, it seems it's going to send the drafting of the work process back to the beginning, and it's going to lead to an inefficiency. And I think if I were staff, I would find it frustrating. And so I guess my concern really relates to, we have to find a way that the entire body knows what issues are out there and who's working on them. And if we have a thought on it or a concern about it or know something about it, we should know who to direct that to. And I don't think our current structure is doing that.
I would offer a very simple solution to that last point, and that is any commissioner should feel free to contact any committee chair about any concern or advice or informal counsel or formal counsel. Just, we're a small enough body and we know each other well enough, and we have each other's means of communication, from cell phones to emails to text, just to talk to committee chairs about issues and concerns about committee work. And then eventually all of that makes its way back to the full commission, particularly if it's substantive enough for the full commission to consider. But we're a small group here of 11 people. We know each other pretty well. I would say if there's a concern about what's happening with Commissioner Austin's special committee or Commissioner Cardozo's communications committee, talk to them.
I would agree with you. I would add to that. I fully agree that we do that now, have one-on-one conversations with one another with regard to an issue that we have concerns about. But I also think that we can structure the committees in a way that anyone who wants to cook, in a way that all committees are announced, they're all available to the public. And if any commissioner wants to participate or observe, not participate, but observe, should be welcome to do that. I don't think we should get paid for that. We're just going to a committee on our own. But I think that it's great in terms of having a free flow of information, getting input from perhaps people who don't specialize in that particular area, but to be welcome to participate in any committee meeting that's taking place.
Indeed. Commissioner James.
Well, with respect to the work of the committees, there's a broad range of issues which the commission needs to address. And I don't think the full commission can really take the time to look at all of them in depth. So as we identify those issues, I think it makes sense for the committees to examine them and address them, and then make recommendations to the full commission. What I do think we should do is, as the committee is deciding to look at an issue, we ought to announce that to the rest of the commission, so that if they have thoughts about it, they can convey those to the full committee or to the committee chair. But I don't know that if we really want to accomplish modifications and what's been happening, I guess, with J-COPE. And I think we need to address it piece by piece. And full commission can't address everything piece by piece. It's got to be done in smaller groups who can actually delve into it and make recommendations to the full commission.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner James. Other comments, questions? Commissioner Vice Chair Austin.
Thank you. I think the points Commissioners Groenewegen and Edwards raised are very valid and important. I always saw the idea of having committees as a means of having dialogue and a degree of oversight with regard to what was happening with the staff, and that some of the things that I perceived as being issues that the Hogan Lovells report raised were a lack of communication and a lack of ability to have the commissioners knowing what's going on. We have a professional staff that's really excellent. We're fortunate for that. So part of the role that I think we have to play in order to make intelligent decisions is to use the committees as an ability to learn and gain better knowledge and understanding of what's going on, so as to speak to our ability to respond to issues. I think duplication is a problem, and we've got to find ways to be able to accomplish what we need to accomplish to avoid that. But the bottom line really is that we need to learn, we need to guide, we need to oversee, and we need to get things done so that our agenda as set forth in the statute for dealing with the ethics, dealing with the training, dealing with the various obligations we have can be met in the most efficient way possible. The hope is that the committee approach is the way to do that. We will be go-to people for the staff. The staff will be our staff persons who are assigned will be our go-to people, and I think it hopefully will make us a better commission and better commissioners.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I have a few concluding comments I'd like to make, but I want to make sure that we've heard from everybody. Commissioner Whittingham.
Thank you, Chair. I think I understand the points that are being made by Commissioner Groenewegen and also Commissioner Edwards. It appears to me that Commissioner Groenewegen is very concerned with efficiency and limiting the resources and thinking that the committees that we form may have too many commissioners on each. And it appears to me that she's suggesting that we have less individuals on those if we don't do a liaison. Now, I think we do what gets the job done. And there might be some committees that have a whole lot more issues to look at than others. And we need to clearly identify what those issues are, narrowly name them, make it clear what we're addressing at any given time. And I think we can then make it more efficient and accomplish the goal of doing the job, doing that oversight without being wasteful, without being inefficient. So I think the starting point is to clearly define what each of the committees will be doing, and if it will satisfy everyone. Commissioner James just said, what issues we're working on. Let's say, for example, we had the issue of the Hogan level report. if we want to say that's just the issue that the delegation is working at this particular time during this period, to bring more transparency, as Commissioner Ben stated, then maybe we can do that and still accomplish it. So if that's the thing, we can narrow it. We can say, okay, we keep the committees, trim the fat, so to speak, as we have heard so often, right? So is it three commissioners adequate for each? Then we'll do that. Do we want to say what we're working on each given time? Or did you want to leave that, which I think is where we are today? It appears to me that the chair of Chair Davy has left that to the individual chairs of each of the committees to really come up with their own thing to do that. I think that's okay too. But if that doesn't satisfy everyone and it's not, and there's thoughts that it might be, too broad and lead to inefficiency, then we could narrow it and keep the committees. But I think we can accomplish the goal that we're set out to do with committees there. That's where the work will be done. And so I think we want to have that in place. Liaisons are great, but I think collectively, when you have different ideas in a room talking about something, it can be very useful. So that's just my thoughts or comments.
Thank you so much.
That means you like the idea of liaisons.
No, I said it can be, a committee is fine. It could be smaller. I think that's what it's going. Liaisons on their own as an individual, if you have three people, they're diverse views in the same one.
Commissioner Braunwagen and then Commissioner Cardozo.
I think, I thank Commissioner Whittingham for putting your finger on, yes, one of my concerns is size. I think if a committee is too large, it does start to ask the question, why is it being done by a large group rather than the whole body? So yes, I think smaller size is important. I think to Commissioner Cardozo's point early on, this shouldn't be a discussion about terminology, liaison versus committee versus what. It does need to be, function and duty. Who's doing what for what purpose? And so I think that's a bit of a distraction. If we want to stick with the term committees, that's fine. But I think if they're small and discrete, so long as they're small, what they're doing is clearly described so that everyone knows what the committees are doing. That cures a lot of my concerns. The only thing in listening to that comment was that the idea that we created the structures, but the thinking that we would leave the scope or the jurisdiction of each committee to the committee chair. I think if that's done in isolation, I think it creates the possibility of confusion because we all have to decide as a group how the things are divvied up. And so if the format for today's meeting were in such a way that the individual committees as they exist right now had a discussion about whatever thinking they've been doing, that's great. But I think all of us as members of the commission should be listening to those discussions and have the opportunity as appropriate, again, knowing that we should be listening when we're only listening. But if there is this committee A has met and they thought they were doing task X, Y, and Z, and later in the day, committee B meets and they thought they were going to be doing these things, that should be known by the whole group. And I think that's critical. I mean, I've heard one of my fellow commissioners saying that there was a question as to who was doing what. And I don't know if that, I presume that hasn't been resolved because the conversation hasn't been had as to who's doing what. And I think if part of today's goal is to have all of us understand how each of the committees is expecting to work, and we can all have the common understanding. Again, a lot of my concerns are allayed.
Commissioner Cardoza, Commissioner Edwards, and then Commissioner Whitty.
Well, first of all, if a committee decides to have too many issues or it's too complicated, I think Fred's original email about committees indicated that you could form subcommittees. So if there's 4 people on a committee and there's so many issues or that they're separate issues, certainly the committee can agree to divide it into subcommittee to get started. I still think that a lot of this is going to, let's get started. Let's talk, have each committee define its agenda, which I think is really the primary issue that's going to go on today. And then let's get a report as to what each committee, in effect, decided its agenda would be, see whether there's conflicts, see whether we need new committees, which I doubt. But I think we're sort of talking in the abstract in a way that we highlight. Let's sit down and have the administration committee talk about its agenda as initially defined in the Nancy's draft, to take that as an example. Are there conflicts with other committees? Do we need another committee? Should they not be dealing with that? Ditto with each committee. Let's see what happens. Let's get started and talk to each other in the committee about that. And I think Seymour said this, and then see what happens.
I agree. Totally agree. Commissioner Edwards.
I was going to, Commissioner Cardoza raised the concerns I had, the points I made. We're not making any independent decisions. Everything comes back to the body for discussion, and then we'll get a chance to see the overlaps and the gaps.
Commissioner Whittingham.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I just wanted to clarify for Commissioner Groenwagen that I wasn't suggesting that we just leave it to the committees. I said perhaps that's what Chair Davey did in, allowing each chair to kind of get the issues out. But I can also support where we, as the larger body, identify the issues that needs to be addressed, narrowly name them and say, this committee is going to deal with this issue at this time. I think we can still accomplish our goal. And if that is better and more transparent and more efficient, I'm all for it. I still think we get there after all the committees meet today. And if we remove stuff that are overlapping, then we can do it. If it is that you do not want, another point you brought up was the open-ended nature of the committees. So you seem to want to have something that have a very specific time, and we can perhaps only do that if we're doing issue by issue, but it might be going back to, the same committee. So it's almost like this is your task, and I think I heard Commissioner Ayers said the same thing. This is your task, and this is what you have to get done. I can do that as well. I think we accomplish our goals. We just have to get the job done and make sure that we are providing that oversight and know that we will be accountable to the public for whatever happens.
Thank you. Let me propose a couple of several what I'll call high-level guardrails as it relates to committees. I'll just go through them. No particular order or priority. We'll see if there are any further comments, and then I think we should look at bringing this part of the meeting to a close and start, take a brief break and then start in on our committee meeting. So here, I have 6 of them. So the first one, again, no particular order. Committees will not initiate work that is burdensome. That's not the intent here at all. Related to that is, I think we should, number 2, give staff priorities and let staff needs be the first order of guiding committee work. And that way we're resourcing staff. We're not directing staff to do busy work, but we're really trying to be value add in these committees to staff efficiently and effectively carrying forth their functions again as outlined and mandated in the legislation and other related documents. Number 3, committees will keep accurate minutes and those minutes will be public. That should be a fundamental. Number 4, committee chairs will do summary reports at each commission meeting as necessary. So in other words, if there is anything of substance that needs to be reported at a commission meeting by a committee, we will have a place on the agenda for that to happen. The committee chair should not feel obligated to report or committees obligated to meet just for the sake of having something to report at a commission meeting. That will keep us from being engaged in either busy work or work that isn't efficient or work that we don't. But we will expect, as necessary, committee chairs to report at each meeting. To Commissioner Cardozo's point, we'll do a periodic, point number 5, we'll do periodic review of committees and how they're working and then make adjustments as necessary. Whether it's adding more, having fewer, adding another committee, having fewer committee members having fewer members on a committee, etc. But so periodic reviews of this committee structure, how it's working, and then making adjustments. That's number 5. And then number 6, that the first point of contact for me for committee chairs should be the executive director. And if the executive director says to us, you have a staff liaison, I'm comfortable with chairs and staff liaisons being in conversation with each other, fine. If the executive director feels more comfortable as a first order, having chairs talk to him and then deciding which staff, whether it's the liaison or others, will engage beyond that, then that should be how we work. But I would agree with whoever said earlier, we don't want staff feeling like they have 11 bosses. They have one boss, and that's the executive director. And I think we all should be very clear on that. So those are some high-level guardrails I put out there for us to consider, to operate by, and then see how we do once we're underway. Excellent. All right. Other comments, questions? Commissioner Ayers.
I just wanted to add one suggestion. I thought those were great. Those guardrails seem very helpful to me. I would just add one more, which is that I think that the committees exist by virtue of the body delegating power to the committees. And so I think that before a committee undertakes a significant new task or project, they should consult the larger body. I don't mean that has to be formal, but just saying at a meeting, here's an issue we identified, we're going to look into this and produce a report and ask for feedback on that from the larger group, just so that the committees that everybody's clear that they're sort of acting consistent with the majority of the group. I've had some experiences in other contexts where committees went rogue, and I don't want anybody feeling like that happened.
Agreed. Thank you. That's a helpful additional guardrail. Thank you so much. Commissioner Edwards?
Just define what it is we are to come back with after all the meetings, or you want us to use the template that was provided by the chair of administration.
You mean what should you report in after the discussion today? I think you should report in what you see as the sort of high priorities for each committee. And then eventually, and one of those will be a charter for each committee. But
I'm saying, do you want to work on that charter today?
no, I think you should just talk about what your priorities are today. So agree on a set of priorities and then how you're going to pursue them.
I would only modify that if there's a pressing issue, of course, that's viewed by the committee, they should identify that and report.
I agree. All right. To Commissioner Ayers' final point.
Of course, if it's an emergency, we could be in touch with the chair and.
Yes.
Sure. And those will arise, as we've seen. Commissioner Whittingham.
Chair Davey, not wordsmithing here, but just the word burdensome. Do you want to elaborate a little bit of what you mean? I mean, not trying to, it's just like, it's just out there and I'm just like, I kind of don't, do you want to elaborate or?
Sure,
say,
I would say
example?
consider it in the context of the other now 6 sort of guardrails. That is, staff priorities will be given priority. It doesn't mean commissioners can't necessarily initiate something, but we should not be in the business of waking up in the middle of the night saying, you know what, it would be a great idea if this committee did X. So as soon as, not only am I going to not wait for the committee to meet, I'm going to ask that we call a special meeting. Consider it. If we have those urges, I would ask us to seriously consider whether or not we actually need to do it. There's no one in this body that has given any indication that that's going to happen. But I do think it should be out there for us to consider. Is it really that crucial for the committee to consider? I think.
So you're basically saying with competing priorities, let's just get the staff what they need first and go
I
down
think
those.
so. I think that's fair. Commissioner was.
I just wanted to add on the discussion around the delegation, the delegation of authority to the committee and how it comes from the body. I think that somewhere there should be language that indicates the importance of the committee and the purposes of the committee and that it not be secondary. It is part of what we do.
Sure, agree.
And it's not secondary, just as we're not being burdensome. I also don't want us to be window dressing.
Right. No, and I don't think anybody on this commission is going to let that happen. But thank you. It's a good one. It's a good perspective. No, I agree. And I think my comment was not a flip one because I think that's what makes this commission as strong, I think, and as what I hope will be as effective as it can be for the people of the state of New York. All right, let me, if there are no other comments or questions here, let me just note that Commissioner Ayers, I'm trying to do this phonetically and I should have, that Commissioner Ayers has been asked to be on the special committee and that has been accomplished. And she has asked to be on the legal committee and so appointed. And we will hold open that in my conversations with her that she may ask to do an additional committee, or we may ask her to be on an additional committee, or she might ask to step off the committee. But all of that is possible. All right. We'll just make sure there's nothing else before we adjourn. All right, so can we then take a break until, why don't we do until 10:50? So that's 9 minutes, and then we'll convene with here's the point. I think we should make this point that we can all attend these committee meetings, but we should only speak, I think, particularly since it's the first meeting, if we're on the committee. Let the committees get themselves organized without those of us who are not on these committees necessarily offering an opinion today. There'll be other opportunities for that, including offline to committee chairs and other issues. Is that fair?
Mr. Chair, can I just ask about that? So the opportunity for feedback will be later when the committees present draft charters to the larger body and we say that sounds great, or I have concerns about that.
That's correct, absolutely. And there can also be offline feedback in between commission meetings as well.
We can reach out, right? Okay, great, thank you.
That's not going to happen today.
No, I don't think we're going to have time.
What happened before the next?
I think we'll do it in public when the committees report out.
So we can meet separately.
And then we can make comments. All right. So we'll take a break and we'll come back at 10:50. Thank you. Great discussion.
We should just let the live stream run as we go through the day. We don't have to go back and forth. And I'll just mute it and turn off the cameras here. And you can do the same on WebEx.
So
We're all set, we're live stream.
live stream is running and Commissioner Growing. Ms. Growing, I think you're on mute.
Huh, now, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. As Chair of the Administration Committee, I call this meeting to order. I want to welcome the committee members. Commissioner Carabello, are you there? It's hard to see who's where in New York City. Okay, good. There you are. Commissioner Edwards and Commissioner Cardozo and Chair Davey as an ex officio member of the committee. To begin, I thought it would be useful to look at the draft document I've pulled together as to focus our discussion, calling it a charter for the committee. And I know I've had comments from many of you about it, but I just wanted to get your feedback generally about the document, particularly in light of what the discussion we just had. I think the comments that we've heard, the need for each committee, and this committee in particular, to have a clear statement of its priorities and how we want to adopt them is important. And I guess I would open it up first to a discussion to see anybody's reaction to the draft.
Nancy, Michael.
Okay.
I've just had an overarching issue that's not on here, and maybe it shouldn't be, but I worry, and like perhaps a lack of my knowledge, about the technology, the adequacy of technology that's available to the commission. As I understand it, there's one overall state agency that supplies all technology that's obviously got to juggle between the various agencies. But I can see a great need for this commission to have adequate technology. I've read that, for example, other commissions in other states have a very sophisticated process to auditing financial statements. And I'm not at all sure that we have that. And so I think it would be very helpful if we had, assuming that's in our jurisdiction, if we initially learn what our technology is, and then if so, if there's anything more we can do to improve it.
Okay. Are there others who want to comment on technology generally?
Well, are you seeing, I mean, just for clarity's sake, there's technology spread across the groups. So, for example, investigations and enforcement has a case management system. The lobbying group has a very large system for accepting lobbying data and making it available for public search. Likewise, there's a financial disclosure statement system, and then for training, we're building new systems that we did have a part of the FDS system that serves the training requirements.
I'm just asking, do we need, given the responsibilities that we have in these areas, do we need to make a further effort to have more technology available, given the practical implications of the budget? I don't know the answer. I'm just suggesting that I would be interested in hearing that, if that's something we should delve into further.
Oh, absolutely. We do need, across the spectrum of tasks that the commission staff performs, we do have technological needs, and there are areas where I think all of us believe we would like to have greater resources.
And so I just suggested to add that as one of the topics that we should be looking at.
Yeah, I would just suggest that then, we should decide then where the responsibility lies. I've been thinking of it, but maybe it's just my way of analyzing it, that each group has its needs, each division within the agency. And you're right, all of it does obviously pass through administration because we have to process, the cost of those things and take them into account in the budget. But in terms of the specifics, it would seem to me to be sort of divisional centric.
But since it is such an important component, maybe the administration committee should have a clear understanding of what the various systems are, and to make sure that all departments are equipped with up-to-date technology to do it.
That's fine, but we should find out. I don't know what I'm talking about today.
This is
Saying I would add.
challenging to do this remotely, but
Private and public.
what I would want to suggest is that, to Sandy's point, the executive director's point, technology is an issue across the entire agency. And it's one over which the agency doesn't have exclusive control. If my understanding of how the state is currently still operating through that decentralized cluster methodology for addressing agency technology needs. Is that true? Are you still kind of beholden to ITS for the vast majority of your technology projects?
By and large, that is how we've approached it, but we do have packages from private vendors, and we have systems that have in the past been built by vendors other than OITS. So we're not generally limited. We have been working very closely with them for a number of reasons.
Well, I guess would that be the case? I mean, since good technology is essential to every part of our operation these days, I do think Commissioner Cardoso's point that it's got to be discreetly recognized as an issue. And the question is, how is that issue addressed? I can understand conceptually how you could think it's admin, but one thing I would say is that that's the kind of issue where, unless we've already made a decision that we've got the best experts about technology, thinking about, as commission members, thinking about these issues, who can best ask the questions and think through the issues. I think that wasn't part of the decision making on how members of this committee came to this committee. So I think that's an important question for the whole commission to be thinking through, how best to address that consistent with the chair's guardrails. I think we should ask the executive director for his thoughts about what we as the members of the commission can do to facilitate anything that needs to be doing. But at the outset, we have to start with an understanding, the entire body understanding what the agency's current unmet technology needs are. And that, I would think, comes to us, the commission as a whole, as a white paper, or whatever we want to call it. I don't want to get bogged down with terminologies, but as a advisory from the executive director to us, the staff, so that we have a clear understanding of what the technology challenges are. Does that make sense to those?
I guess well, Nancy, I guess my simple point is, if we agree that this is a relevant issue for the commission, to talk, and hopefully initially, obviously, start with Sandy, and maybe Sandy can give us a report. But who's going to be the point person? We're not going to have 11 people ask that. And my simple question is, if this falls under our general rubric, then we could ask Sandy, someone's got to ask Sandy. We can't just have all 11 people ask Sandy. Maybe we want reports from the Investigations Commission, from the Investigation Agency, from the Training Agency, from the FMS, the Financial Statement part of the division. Let's just find out the facts. Someone's got to ask those questions.
Of course, I think it should sit in the administration committee.
Yeah, and then we can decide how to follow up.
Too, I think that since technology is such an important component, one of
If we're all agreed, it needs to be addressed. If we're agreed that we think it's arguably within the purview of the admin committee, and I would submit it is as much as anything else to the extent that we don't have a separate committee on technology, then fine. I think one of the takeaways from today's meeting can be that this committee wants to address on an agency-wide basis those issues related to the adequacy of the agency's technology as a whole. And that our belief is that we can't, as members of the commission, begin to appreciate the dimensions of that responsibility until we have a better understanding of the agency's technology needs, how it operates, the environment it operates in, and what initiatives are underway, what deficiencies have been identified, and the like, to figure out where to begin. But I would submit, so if that kind of report were prepared, that report would be shared with both the members of the committee and the commission at the same time, for the sole purpose of everyone understanding what's out there. Then as specific issues about that are identified and need to be addressed, they can be dealt with specificity. Does that make sense?
I was speaking before, I think you and I were saying the same thing, so I yield to your comments and observations. But I was thinking, I don't necessarily think we need a report. What I want to remind our committee is that everything we do and agree upon goes to the full committee. And that the question I think on the table is technology an issue that should be addressed in administration? And the answer, I think in my opinion and in Michael's opinion, is the answer the answer is yes, it should be addressed in this committee. And that one takeaway from it is that we should request from the whole body that technology be an element in each committee, and that each committee needs to report back to administration with regard to the issues, concerns, gaps, whatever, that impedes them from achieving objectives. As opposed, I think, writing the report fall under that burdensome issue, under that burdensome cap. And we don't need them to write a report. I just think that's more than what we need right now. But certainly we can, I think the point we want to make is that it's so central to everything we do. Technology should be an issue addressed as a priority for each committee unless otherwise recommended.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and because I really thought it almost fell within communications, because depending on what aspect of technology we're talking about, it falls within different categories. I think that's absolutely right. Because, I mean, it sounds like we're better now with our communications in our meetings. And I think it's such an important thing because, you know, we are complying with the open meetings law, but if you can't get online and find the meeting and hear what people are saying, it's really, beautiful. So I think that's an excellent idea.
I think you will see, I mean, just to that exact point, as we go through committee by committee, you will see that with respect to most, if not all committees, there will be points raised with respect to advances in technology, improvements, as well as areas where we think what we currently have, is not state of the art. It can be, there should be plus. So those will be part of the discussion, absolutely.
And could I raise another point with regards to technology? You had mentioned, Sandy, that we do a lot of work with IT.
Yes.
And I guess I'd be interested in knowing, are they the best source, or have you done it for budgetary reasons because of the limitations? And that we want to walk away with knowing that we have the state of the arts from which many options we can choose. If IT ultimately becomes that option, so be it. But for us to go to IT, knowing that there are better ways in which we could be serviced, I think the committee needs to know that and recommend that. And part of, I think, our responsibility, if that's indeed the case, and those recommendations come from the executive director and his staff, then our role is to make sure that that's addressed from a budgetary perspective and whatever legal barriers it keeps us from doing otherwise. Like, for example, if the legislation says we only can use IT, then our responsibility is to make sure that barrier is moved out of the way or neutralized so that we can aim for what is more appropriate based on our,
And just to Commissioner Cardozo's point, I think it's important for us to know, not maybe not a report, but just kind of like, what are the different systems we're using, for what purpose, and what was and is that upgraded? Is it the same thing we had? Are we sharing that? Maybe something like.
I do talk with a little background because when I started as corporation counsel, each agency got its own technology. And therefore, when we were producing documents in response to a document request, we had to have a different procedure depending which agency, and it was an absolute nightmare. So there's a great deal of reason why it should be consolidated, but we should simply find out. The first question is, what are the facts? And that's all I'm suggesting.
That's right.
And Commissioner Cardozo, to your point, I think the facts can depend on what particular technological need we're talking about. If we're talking about a more efficient system to evaluate, a computerized system to help with the review of the financial disclosure forms, that's one thing. If we're dealing with the tremendous filing requirements that confront the lobbying division, presumably that's a different IT need. So I think to Commissioner Edwards' point, that as the committees go through their tasks today and every time, that there needs to be a recognition of what are the program-specific technology needs out there. But because I don't know enough about how our systems are set up to know, and the only one who does know that is Sandy and the staff. I think we have to start with, before we try to figure out how we're going to handle technology, we need to figure out what are the issues out there for every committee.
So we're a simple suggestion. I didn't mean to generate too much discussion on this. I think we all agree we need the facts. I suggest that we can be the centralized person, if you will, to say to the communications committee, to the lobbying committee, to the the education committee, simply please add to your agenda getting the relevant facts of technology. We can then look at all those facts, discuss it with Sandy, and decide whether there should be consideration of any changes, whether we have budgetary concerns, whether we have to lobby the legislature in some other way. Was simply suggesting that we be the point group to collect those facts. I didn't mean to dominate the discussion. We have a
No,
lot
I
of-
know. I don't want to dwell on this. I guess my point simply was, I think that's the role of the executive director, irrespective of any committee, to assemble for the commission the facts, because the facts regarding technology affect every program area. And the way we're thinking about operating as committees, we're right now structured to be thinking in terms of program areas. But because of the breadth of that issue, the breadth of technology and the limits on the agency's control over technology, I think it starts not with any one commission. It starts with a recognition that the commission, not just the committee, need facts. And therefore, since it's a commission-wide need, I would say start with the direction to the executive director that we need the facts compiled. Until we've done that.
Saying,
Again, I want to hear from the executive director, because none of us can do this on our own.
see, that is what we are saying. We did not say that we want to ascertain it. We said at least, Andy is our direct report for this committee. He does the legs and work. No interest in going to the department and do an assessment of our technology needs, nor does anyone on this committee. We're proposing that it be a priority that all committee addresses through its staff. So the first thing you know is hear from staff with regard to what do we have? What are the strengths? What are the gaps? And bring all that together, and what would an ideal system look like? Then it comes back to the committee and we say, we agree, question and answers. What do we do to make that happen? Now, if Sandy says, I recommend $5 million piece of equipment that does A, B, C, D, and E, we say, okay. And what is it going to do? And how long is it going to take? It will do X in 5 years. Okay, we put those systems in place to make sure it does A, B, C, D, and E for 5 years. I don't think they're all an overlap there. We want Sandy to lead this. We don't have the expertise to do that.
Right. Right. So it seems to me at this point, what we've done is we've recognized technology as a specific need that affects the entire agency and the entire commission. We seem to have an agreement to the extent that that agency-wide issue requires some kind of centralized coordination, and there's a role for a committee to play. We think it belongs with the admin committee. But because it's agency-wide, it's an issue that each committee has to understand as the IT or technological needs of its area. Is that correct?
And I would just add, since there has to be some point person to see that this is done by, not that Sandy would ignore this, or the other committees, is that this committee, and I guess you, would simply maybe a memo, may come out with a longer memo to each committee highlighting this and discussing with Sandy how the best way to go about doing this. So we, at some point in time, will have all the information and decide what, if anything, to do with it.
I think we're agreed.
Right.
The next agenda.
I did have one potential additional issue, but much narrower. I'm not sure, I think this would fall within our jurisdiction, is you have in number 5, the need for an annual performance evaluation for the executive director. which I agree with, but I'm not clear as to what our policy is with respect to annual evaluations of staff and whether whatever the deadlines are enforced. And I would be interested to know what that is.
Well, one of the things, I thought I had that under 2C, talking about
I'm sorry, yes.
the annual staff evaluations are done. I agree. That's something that I think is crucial to the efficient operation of any organization. And so I would see it becoming a specific task for us to find out from Mariana and Sandy what the process is and the like. I had asked, and each of you should have received for a series of documents that Mariana sent us yesterday, the template used for doing performance evaluations, the instructions used. We all now have that. So to the extent we want to begin by just understanding it before we have a discussion of it, I think we've addressed that for now.
Can I speak to that?
Again, that's how I guess what I would see the role of the chair after getting a sense of what we identify as the issues would be to be thinking through, okay, what is it we need to do to make sure we have the relevant information that we each review and study on our own so we know what it is. And then we can know what questions we want to ask about it. So to your point, Commissioner Cardozo, if we want to ask, how often are they done? Are they annual? Are they done twice a year? How do you, when you find a worker has an issue that needs improvement, how does that happen? As opposed to getting involved with any specific worker, it's more making sure there's a genuine, meaningful process by which that's done.
I understand what you're saying. I just probably need to make sure that we're on the same page. But I see our primary responsibility of this committee with regard to evaluation is to make sure that we have in place an evaluation tool to monitor to assess our executive director. And the next function is to make sure that the executive director has in place the tools needed to assess his staff how he sees fit. I don't need to know much more than that. To me, that becomes, as Sandy uses with me, granular. To know the details. That's why I hired him. Or you accused me of that several times.
No, it's not an accusation. Purely descriptive.
That's right. But I don't think that we need to see those tools. I think that if we find the tools are not working, and then we step in and say, that's how we measure him. Why isn't it working? But I think that once we hire an executive director, those kind of nuts and bolts things is up to him. We just want to make sure that we have the right executive to lead the organization and that we have the right tools to evaluate his effectiveness.
I would agree that is a responsibility for all of us as commissioners. My thinking was, to your point, Commissioner Edwards, that when you say you don't want to know what the tools are, but if something's not working, you
The executive director will fix
it. And to which I would say, I can't know if something's not working until I know what the something is that's supposed to work. So that's what I was trying to explain. I don't want to get involved with doing performance evaluations. I just want to understand how they're done and how frequently they're done. That's it. And I think that once we all know that, as members of this committee with oversight for personnel matters, we know what's supposed to be happening so that if we've got evidence that something's not working right, we can know what tools are out there to remedy it.
I guess
So I don't think we're saying different things.
maybe some on a broader picture, maybe we're saying we need a procedures manual. We need to, if that's indeed the case, what does the executive director have in place that we can review to be confident with knowing that there are procedures in place to do such a thing? And that, my first question is, well, where's the procedures manual? And that should tell us when evaluations will take place, for whom evaluations will be given.
Well,
Should be given them.
and Commissioner Edwards, that's why one of the things I asked be provided to us was the policy and procedure manual. And you got a copy of it.
And what else do we need?
Well, I would just add.
I think we then have to look at it and see what it says.
See, again, you make me a little nuts because you say on some levels, you say, we don't want to interfere with the staff. That's what you say. You say our job is to be advisory. But then you're interfering with the staff. You're getting very granular. And I'm just saying I don't see my role as that.
Oh, no, well, wait. No, I don't want to, no, I don't think I could have been clearer as to where I think relative responsibility lies. I think we're trying to figure out how we perform an oversight function. I can't have oversight of something if I don't know what it is. So I guess I would start with, this is almost for me, and if we're going to work this way through committees, to understand more detail about how the agency operates, it's something I want to read. I want to know what it says.
And I would just add,
I would think every member wants to know what some of these things say. But if that's not thought to be an efficient way to work, then fine, we'll work through a smaller group. But then I would think this group wants to at least read it and know what's in there. I don't think our reading, our educating ourselves is not intruding upon
Commissioner
the prerogatives
Groenewegen.
of staff of the executive director.
Commissioner Groenewegen.
Yes.
Commissioner Groenewegen, you have a number of people here who want to speak, but I don't think you can hear them for whatever reason. So
I can barely, you're a tiny little.
yes. So
I don't have the advantage of seeing a little hand raised.
right, so Commissioner Cardoza and Commissioner Carballo.
No, I just was.
Okay, Commissioner Cardoza.
I just agree that we want to see the procedure manual, what it says. And if it says hypothetically, and I'm not suggesting one way or another what the facts are, if it says that every staff member should be evaluated annually, I simply want to know, has that happened? If in fact I'm not suggesting otherwise, but if the procedure manual is not complied with as a practical matter, we should know about that. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just using maybe a bad example. It seems to me that is the role of our committee to know it. If it's being basically done, no problem. If because of shortages or time or what have you, it's not being done, then it's something to discuss further. And I think that's clearly the role of this committee. But we have to start off by knowing what the policy is, talking to Sandy, see how it's and learning how it's being implemented. We shouldn't have a lengthy discussion about that today, just saying that's another example of what we should be doing.
Right.
And that's listed in 2C.
Yes, I overlooked that, for which I apologize.
Okay. Okay. So is there an agreement that the proposed scope of our responsibilities is appropriate? Is there anything on in items 1 through 9 that you think does not belong with this committee?
You're saying we should review and update the commission's handbook if necessary? You want staff, you want the commission to do that?
Well, it's our handbook. So I don't know, I mean, yes, that's something, to the extent the commission has a handbook and to the extent the handbook needs to be developed and kept up to date. I
Administrative
thought
work.
that was an appropriate or a possible function for this committee. How that gets done,
No,
I would think you start with the staff who knows what prior handbooks have had, and staff taking the first step towards that. Yes, Claudia?
I see that, I don't see that as administration.
Okay,
I think it's important. I
okay.
think it needs to be done. But I don't think it comes out of administration. But this is a commission, the next level of this agency. It's the commission itself. That's not part of Sandy's function. And administration is related to Sandy's functions.
Okay, so how would you recommend this function be done?
I defer to the chair.
I think I think you have a committee, let the committee review and make a set of recommendations to the full commission.
A special committee.
You could do a subcommittee of your committee. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. I don't think Michael.
I would suggest that perhaps that's a committee that should be, the chairs, and I guess it's everyone, all the chairs should meet with Fred periodically, say, how things going, as a practical matter. Because, we're not in charge of, the lobbying committee. This committee is not in charge of that in any way. And so people may have different perspectives. And I think the best person to resolve that as to whether we should need to change this in any way is Fred, who's ex officio of all the committees.
But here's what I was responding to, so I'll make sure we're all on the same page. I was responding to the review and update of the commissioner's handbook as necessary.
Oh, I was just looking at number 9.
Yeah, I was looking at number 6, so we may be talking about a different thing. And so just on number 7, I think that should be either this committee or subcommittee of this committee.
Yeah.
On number 9, monitor the commission's resolution on committees and recommend revisions or amendments as necessary. Absolutely. I mean, definitely conversations with the chairs and just commissioners in general. And then, sort of a practical matter, if you hear the same thing more than once, then I think it's time to sort of seriously take a look at it.
I think that there's a gap, and I'm not saying we need to fill it. But these kind of things related to the commission, the body itself, usually is under the purview of an executive committee made up of the offices. We don't have that structure in place. But I do think there needs to be an entity within the commission that deals with those general issues as it relates to the body and not let it interfere with administration, like 7, 8, and 9. 7, 8, 9. Those kind of things are related to us.
Right.
And for example, even what we know, and it includes a lot of things. It comes with what are our goals, objectives, and vision, goal, and objective statement. The policy on how we work together. How do we keep ourselves transparent? Those general issues that talk about the principles that we live by should be under a purview outside of these committees that we establish. Like it should be a subcommittee of administration. It's got nothing to do with administration.
Understood. No, I think you make a good point. And I would agree on 7 and 9. I do think because the staff has to implement, and I think we probably should ask the executive director to report out to us at the March meeting to the public how the members will start to submit their per diems, at least the process that we're going to use to do that. And then we be ready to move forward on it. So I do think that that is an administrative piece.
Yes, sir.
But I think we can take, Commissioner Groenewegen, Chair Groenewegen, I would recommend that, that we put a bracket around 7 and 9 as suggested by both Commissioners Cardoza and Edwards. And then let's talk about sort of perhaps another approach to those, since they do belong to the commissioners and the commission itself and not necessarily to administration.
I support that completely, and I want to echo Commissioner Edwards's point. One of the, in my overall thinking about our commission structure, I was always puzzled by the lack of an executive committee. That's as she said, that's a very typical committee made up of officers, but we don't have officers. And so how would you do it? And it becomes a problem to do it as an executive committee when you're only an 11-member body, to have, it seems
I would ask
a way to do certain tasks. And why I stuck it in here is because I see, when I think about what an administration division does within any organization, it does overall efficiency of operations if you don't have a separate unit to do that. That's why I put it here. But I agree, it doesn't need to be here, but it does need to be addressed. So if it's recognized as bracketed out, it needs to be understood that a method of resolution needs to be agreed upon.
And I will take responsibility for making a proposal to the rest of you. That's how we do it.
Okay, on both of those?
On both 7 and 9.
Okay. And does that then extend to broader governance issues? Because I saw on one of the, what part of the agenda for one of the committees was going to have.
Let's stay on this one for now, Commissioner Groenewegen, and we'll get to it. I just hate us to get diverted, but yes, generally speaking.
My only point was, I think there were other things on here that go to governance.
Sure, understood. Okay.
And they'll be treated by you. That's what I wanted to understand. Okay. So, is there anything else on the draft? Are there omissions or questions that anyone has? Seeing and hearing nothing, I'm assuming no. But it's hard from a distance. Okay.
You're right.
I'm sorry?
Yes, you are correct. There's no hands raised at this end.
Okay. So, in terms of a follow-up relative to this document, I'm proposing that I edit the document to include some reference to a general oversight of the agency's technology needs and issues. It probably in the scope of authority paragraph. And items 7 and 9 will be deleted. Any other suggested revisions? Do those revisions capture our discussion?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, it does for me.
Commissioner Cardoza, does that address your concern about technology?
I don't at all object to including in the scope of authority. I guess that implicit in that is that we'll make the suggestions to Sandy and the other committees to submit whatever information it is so that we will all be centralized before us so we can decide whether or not there's anything further that should be done.
Well,
The
I
committee-
think it's fortunate that this committee has gone first, and that as the committees meet throughout the day, and the executive director and chair will be part of all those meetings, this immediate recommendation, I think, can be shared today.
Oh, yes, but at some point in time, someone's got to, we have 5 reports or whatever the number is, that someone's going to have to pull that together in some way to see if there's anything further that need be done. And I think we agree that that should be us after we have all the relevant information. So I'm just suggesting that one of the responsibilities maybe could be listed as the communicate with the other committees to centralize and ensure that we have the appropriate technology information to make a potential recommendation.
With 10 minutes left, can I make one other point? We do have a staff proposed expanded staffing plan to take into account the current executive proposed budget, which, as we requested, would expand our full-time equivalents from 47 to 68. So we're going up 21 FTEs. And we've actually been functioning at a much lower level. Staff will have proposals for each committee with respect to operations within their province as to what staff believes are the necessary positions to add and where they should be added. But will the admin committee sort of play point, not only in the implementation of the staffing plan, but in playing point in collating, if you will? Obviously, staff will be keeping track of those additional positions we're creating, but there needs to be some coordination point in terms of ultimately a recommendation to the full commission. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
To concentrate it.
And I did have one other thought, and I'm not sure it's this committee. One of the subjects that's not dealt with, I don't think, by any of the committees at the moment, is any oversight or committee that deals with investigations. Obviously, in some respects, that's the guts of what we're doing. And yet, it's not specifically listed as a separate committee, or haven't seen it as specific responsibilities for any of the committee. I raise that as an issue. I'm not sure how it should be solved.
One of the
I think there was a proposal.
Yeah, but one of the things that came to mind for me, and I'm not sure this will reflect what you thought was the proposal so we can see, is that as it relates to investigative issues that have to do with lobbying, so it's either the lobbyist or their clients, those would go to the lobbying committee. Everything else would be for the ethics committee. Now, that's how I was thinking about it. I'm not sure I communicated that, and I'm not sure that Sandy understood it, or I'm not sure that you agree. But that's at least how I was thinking.
In terms of substance.
In terms of substance, right.
Involved in those as opposed to the procedural aspect.
Exactly.
Okay, I guess it's not,
Yeah, I mean-
it should probably just be more specific.
Yeah, well, maybe we need a third category then, because staffing, for example, the staffing of the unit doesn't break down along those lines. Well, the substance does.
Right.
It's between
Right.
lobbying and ethics
Right.
and civil
So,
service.
yeah.
Would fall
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
I think it would be burdensome to try to have each committee look at staffing as it relates to their committee, and maybe you're not suggesting that. I think the administration committee should look at that entire staffing plan and give feedback.
Right.
I mean, just feedback, because the ultimate decision as executive director is yours. And then ultimately, if we don't like it, the responsibility would be yours. So, but I think give feedback. But in terms of, yes, the substantive issues related to lobbying investigations or ethics investigations should lie with those two committees.
And if policy issues bubble up out of that, how do you handle that?
Right. So if there are general policy issues related to investigations, we will have to address those, and I'm not sure yet. And that could very well happen. I could very well.
Is your discussion finished? Again,
I think I would like to hear from Sandy with regard to his thoughts on what we've outlined for this committee and the extent to which it could be helpful or burdensome or granular change.
Well, it can be both, or all
Just
three.
what you've heard so far.
No, yeah, as I've said before, I think committees can be extremely helpful to staff in terms of understanding what the needs are, with respect to resources, what the challenges are, in terms of the allocation of attention of the commission. Or they can be burdensome in terms of reporting. And I think everybody is sensitive to that last problem. So as long as there's that sensitivity, I don't see any potential problem from that perspective. I think it's all workable. I think we're going to have challenges, frankly, with respect to overlap. No matter how hard we try to find areas of sort of jurisdiction, there will be overlap in different directions. And I think there has to be a mechanism that I think there will be through the chair in refining the scope of each committee's action. I would say, we had identified priorities that staff has with respect to each of the committees. And I think it's important that those not be lost sight of as the committees move forward. And obviously, commissioners will have their interests in their focuses. We're going to have questions talk about per diems. The proof will be in how that process works, because it's going to be not purely simplistic kind of process in reviewing the submissions. And we have a two-level review between the executive director and the chair in handling those. We still have to work out the forms. We have some suggestions on that. They're basic staffing issues that the administration committee, for example, should be working on with respect to administrative support. We haven't really talked about that at all. And there's a level of support for the agency's operations itself, and the support that needs to be provided to the commissioners with respect to commission meetings, requests, supporting now the committee structure that's in place.
How does that translate into?
I just want to know, we have 3 minutes.
Sandy, can I just say something before we adjourn relative to that point? And I can't see if that's okay. But what I think I've heard you say in a number of meetings that staff has done a lot of work on a multitude of things, and you've got recommendations. And I think when you say you've got recommendations on several things you just proposed, as a process matter, I would think those recommendations that staff has already developed should be presented to the full commission to hear what they are. And then if we need, as the full commission, to figure out how we're going to sort through acting on those recommendations, then we go back and allocate it to the appropriate work group or committee. But to try to decide now in committee to hear the recommendations first without even knowing what they entail, I think that does a disservice to the other commissioners. And I think it risks having us duplicate effort. So
You're answering my question. That's not the question that I had on the table. I wasn't asking for his priorities. I wanted him to react to what this committee has identified as its priorities. Did he want to contribute to that? Or did he think that any of them were burdensome or overlapped?
I understood your question, Commissioner Edwards. I wasn't reacting to your question. I was reacting to the executive director's answer.
Thank you.
Right. So I think we're out of time for this committee. You obviously will convene again as you deem necessary. And we can do it in New York and Albany as needed. And so I would encourage you to do that, to schedule follow-up. So
We have to be at a public site.
we would have to be at a public site.
Okay.
Yes.
We're working on that.
All righty, so can we take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we will have the education committee, education training.
Thanks, Nancy. It was a nice job. Thank you.
So is the staff just taking us live? Can you hear us?
Yes, we're going live now.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the first meeting of the Education Committee. I want to welcome my fellow comrades in this endeavor. Commissioner Carney, Commissioner Austin, Commissioner Whittington, and Len, you're in it too, right?
You mentioned me, Commissioner Braunwagen.
Thank you. Thank you for agreeing to serve on this committee. I look forward to working with you and the executive director in looking at the education training programs for the agency. Here's how I wanted to break up today's session. I asked Sandy to pull together a very short PowerPoint presentation which outlines the existing programs that we have today, some of the resources that might be needed, its process, its long-term and short-term goals for how he's processing the information and barriers. Once he makes, unfortunately, because of the snow, the person involved in putting together the PowerPoint is not available. She has no service up in Albany. So Sandy is going to talk us through this. And we hope that that will take no more than 10 minutes. Then the
10 minutes, counting down.
got it. You got on that. And I hope that we spend 15 minutes to have a conversation about from staff with regard to what their priorities are. And then the last 15 to 20 minutes, I want a full discussion from the committee with regard to thoughts on the role we might take as some of our priorities. Okay, Sandy.
Sandy, has that PowerPoint been emailed to those of us who are remote?
Will you say that again, please?
Has a copy of the PowerPoint been sent to those of us who are not in person?
Unfortunately, we don't have the PowerPoint. Marlena was going to present it, but she doesn't have any
I thought you
power.
just distributed something, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's just the organizational chart. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have it on this computer, Commissioner. I'll send it to you momentarily. Let me just start the presentation.
Sure, of course, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. The first question that's posed is the comparison between the prior educational training component that was required of the former commission under PIRA, PIRA, the 2011 statute that created JACO, and the training requirement under the new law, under ECRA of 2022, which created this commission. Broadly speaking, under the former statute, training was required for financial disclosure statement filers. This is on the executive side and members of the legislature and certain legislative employees and statewide elected officials. On the executive side, the new statute expands that requirement effectively to the entire executive workforce, regardless of whether the individuals are policymakers or earn a threshold amount. On the lobbying side, the statute previously required, the Lobbying Act and the statute that we enforce, the executive law, Section 94, required that lobbyists receive ethics training every 3 years. That requirement has now been expanded to include not just lobbyists, but also lobbying clients. So that adds about 50% to the requirement. On the executive side, we're going from overseeing training for roughly 32,000 individuals to overseeing training for in excess of 300,000 individuals at nearly 400 agencies. So it's a market expansion, and that training, which in the past had been on essentially a 3-year cycle, starting out with comprehensive ethics training or a temporary, I would call temporary orientation course, which had to be followed by comprehensive ethics training, and then a refresher every 3 years. Now it's effectively comprehensive training every other year with online refresher training in the intervening year. So it's essentially a requirement that 300,000 individuals, over 300,000 individuals receive ethics training effectively every year. Part of it live online. That's a comprehensive course, and online in the intervening year, the refresher course. If you break it down, the old average was training roughly 10,000 people a year, 30,000 plus over a 3-year period. Now it's 300,000 every year. And as we envision it, once it's fully implemented, half of that in each year would be live online, comprehensive training, and half, 150,000, would be refresher training online. Historically, the Ethics Commission handled somewhere between 15 and 18%, it's based on calculations I've seen, of the training, with the balance of the training being handled by ethics officers and others in the respective agencies. So over 80%, 85% handled in the field, 10 to 12 to 15, 15 to 18% handled by this agency. In addition, our agency is responsible for training the ethics trainers. And that was a practice that existed under the prior law as well. At this point, the current training that we're doing, you've seen in the quarterly reports that we have been submitting to the legislature and to the governor as required by ECRA. Most of the training is being done by the ethics officers in the field. 12 or 13,000 individuals were being trained each quarter. The number seems to be picking up a little bit. It's a huge strain on agency resources, and it's going to take a while, as we've previously discussed, to bring that capacity up to where it would need to be in order to be training 150,000 individuals live online or live in person annually. Our interim goal, as the commission has approved, is to continue that training at the highest level it can be, and hopefully it will grow sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, get an online course in the field that can be accessed, if not by the entire state workforce, then most of it. We're targeting 90% within the year, receiving some kind of online ethics training from a course that we will provide. And we're looking at various mechanisms for pushing that out, including things like the state learning management system that's administered by the Office of Employee Relations. Various departments and agencies have similar systems for providing online training where we can mount our training program. There are also vehicles we can use to put it out from our own website. That's what's being done by the lobbying group for the lobbying training, which was rolled out in mid-January. Those who are required to take the course, lobbyists, lobbying clients, can log into the website, take the course. It's very expensive for us, particularly if you scale it up. So our goal is to find other systems that are more cost-effective for getting the training out there. We're working on that. We also are building in parallel. The goal is to build two systems, one temporarily so that we can keep track. Agency officials can provide us with information on which of their employees have taken the course and which need to take the course and when they took it. And the idea is to collect that data while we're building a more sophisticated system. The system that had been used in the past by the prior agency, essentially through the financial disclosure statement system, is simply not robust enough to scale it up to tenfold in terms of scheduling trainings, monitoring compliance, getting reminders out, accepting compliance data back in. So that's a system that needs to be built. And we're working with OITS on both tracks, both to build a temporary system for capturing the data, as well as building the much more robust system for not providing the training, but for monitoring the training, scheduling the training, and rescheduling training. Because we're going to be working now on a 2-year cycle. In terms of the goal, full implementation, we would like to see that in place, certainly within the next 2 to 3 years. Part of that, in terms of full implementation, that means providing 150,000
Get you 10 minutes.
live.
Yeah, this thing has a life of its own.
They all do. They all do.
Yeah, that's your 10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it quickly. I mean, the goal is next 2 to 3 years, have a system in place, have the technology in place so that we can provide the refresher course to 150,000 individuals a year and know who's taken it, know who needs to take, schedule those trainings, and be able to do the same thing for the live in person, live online, comprehensive training that's being done in the alternate years. That's the goal. And that would be full implementation of the system. We're learning more about it every day. We have made arrangements with ITS to have a dedicated consultant working on our systems. It's very important to us to have a concentrated effort made to get the system up as quickly as possible. The original estimate was that we would have this in place, the larger system in place, sometime by September. I think it's probably going to be pushed back a little bit just because of contracting issues. But the goal is to move forward on that. And we need to be coordinating very closely with ethics officers. We also have some ideas for having what I would call a shared or a joint facility. That would be a dedicated training center. And it would be primarily providing live online training on a continuous basis and scale it up to a capacity where it would provide the backup that ethics officers need to make the capacity that they don't. And I think that very broad. Sorry, we don't have the slides. I apologize. But the weather gods or goddesses have intervened.
Before we ask Sandy to talk about barriers that might impede his efforts, are there any questions or comments members of the committee would like to make?
So I'll just comment.
Please.
Thank you. So, Sandy, you mentioned about the temporary track. Is there a particular system that we have to use to do the live online program, especially, in terms of temporarily? Because I know you're working on something for the long term, but is there a particular program or software that we must use even on a temporary basis?
I'm not aware of any limitations. We've been doing them up to now with WebEx. I know some agencies are using various types of Zoom technology to achieve it, Zoom seminar, but it's got to be to meet the standard that we've set and the materials and the length and the content and the delivery as well has to be interactive. Which means we have to limit class size to a unit. We typically kept it at a level that maybe we won't be able realistically to maintain. Classes may have to be somewhat larger than they have been in the past, but they have to be just as effective. Doesn't have to be as long a course. It used to be a 2-hour course. Statute doesn't require that any longer. But the platform, we're looking at all the technologies. But it has to be live on. If it's online, it's got to be live and it has to be interactive. I know some agencies have worked out systems where they're using, I think, Zoom seminar. They're collecting the comments and the questions in chat, and then they're doing a separate session afterwards where they answer the questions. That as a temporary measure, that's a way to do it, but that's not the standard that we're striving for ultimately.
Right, and I understand it because I think Zoom has a very good platform where you can get the records, so you see when individuals log in, all of that. You can put up like the polling questions. So if you're, I wasn't sure what you were using on a temporary basis. How many individuals are you limiting the classes to?
Well, as you saw at the last meeting, for the 2 trainings that were done in January that we reported out, we had a total of 109 individuals. So class sizes, I think, have been in the 60-ish plus or minus range typically, and then some folks don't show up for that. So you end up with a smaller number. But they're relatively compact classes. I mean, it's still a large class, it's still a lecture test. But again, there's the opportunity to ask questions. And that's, when you get into the Zoom seminar mode, you can't do that. And there are limits on the interaction in all the systems. The technology, I'm sure, is evolving. There may well be opportunities to increase it. But and commissioners have raised questions before about how we verify attendance. So Zoom provides that, WebEx provides that. Whether they're paying attention, you put up the codes. There are we call them passive systems, pure online systems that do have protocols where you can't advance to the next group of slides unless you've correctly answered the questions. We're looking at that as something to implement both on the ethics workforce side and on the lobbying ethics side to put those kinds of things in place. Those are technologies that we haven't used in the past, but they are out there, and we're looking at them.
Have we trained a large group of the trainers already? So the trainers is like, of the agency, there are about 400, so each of them have their own ethics officer. And we are responsible for training those ethics officers,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, we do those. We did a training this past fall. So we've done the training for trainers. And we have an obligation also under the statute to provide special sessions for trainers as well. So that's part of the overall obligation.
Have they all been trained? So that's what I'm trying to see, are they're not the trainer, but those 400 agencies to date, have they all been trained or not as yet?
So far as I know, everyone who's doing the trainings has been trained. Whether they were trained in the past. In the current cycle, as far as I know, there haven't been 400 trainers trained, but this has been done on a continuous basis, part of the ongoing obligation, prior agency, from the time the training requirement incepted was to train trainers. So there's a large body of trainers out there. And I should say, part of the proposed expanded staffing plan is to expand our training staff. So we're replacing one, and we'll be adding two other trainers. We call them classified as training associates. So we're tripling our own capacity as well.
If I might jump in at this moment, just to piggyback on what Sandy is talking about, with respect to our agency efforts to increase the capacity of the various agencies, to increase the amount and frequency of the trainings that they do in-house. As Sandy indicated, just last month or in January, we did hold a Train the Trainers forum to assist agencies in maximizing their abilities to recruit additional trainers. We will continue doing that, perhaps even more frequently than we had initially anticipated, so that we can support the agency's independent efforts to increase their own capacity. We will be doing more of that, as well as increasing our own frequency so as to continue to meet the challenge, both with respect to the agency's independent efforts, as well as our kind of synchronized efforts to increase our own capacity to offer more trainings and train more employees faster or sooner rather than later.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, any more questions? May I ask you to talk briefly about barriers that might be that potentially impede your efforts over the 3 years?
Yeah, simply that level of growth, not just here, but at agencies, is a challenge. And one can't instantly increase one's training capacity tenfold. So even if you can bring people in, we can provide the training. We can do more trainings of trainers, and every agency can increase its training capacity. But there is a learning curve. Hopefully everybody will have the capacity. We're certainly going to look for folks who are experienced in delivering trainings, but this is specialized training. They have to learn the law. And because it's interactive, live training is interactive, you have to be prepared to answer questions as well. So it's not just a question of working through the slides. You need to have a level of knowledge. So that is a time barrier, if you will. It will take some time to scale up.
How do you measure effectiveness with regard to training the trainer and the trainer's ability to really train the end users?
That's an interesting question. I talked about the systems, which are online systems. We don't, in the live trainings, there may be ways to test that larger group that could be implemented just in terms of their absorption of the material that's being presented on the spot, just a short-term gauge of that. As I said, there are online technologies, there are online courses. You can't go to the next slide unless you pay attention enough, where you go back to get the answers to the questions right. long-term, the test will be whether there's greater workforce observance of ethical requirements.
How do you measure
And
that?
that's, I don't know, we could look at the number of complaints that come in, we can look at the number of referrals, we can look at the number of enforcement actions or investigations we're looking at is, as impacting that. I think that's probably a wildly indirect way of getting at that.
So I guess I'm asking, is part of your goal to put in processes where we can measure results at a variety of levels? One, our effectiveness in scaling up and down the number of people we said we would reach. Two, the degree to which trainers are informed and capable of communicating the
The information,
the
yeah.
information. And three, the extent to which end users comprehend and implement. Are you looking at that at all? Or is it?
I would say that's outside my personal area of expertise, how you measure that. We're not actually having folks take a sit-down course where there's a quiz or a test or an essay at the end of it, where you can measure how well they've absorbed the information. And ultimately, maybe that's the way one, in an ideal situation setting, would want to manage that kind of training. Right now, our immediate goal is to have a system for online training that will reach, just in terms of metrics, just talking metrics. So we have a system in place where we can provide the training to hundreds of thousands of individuals, and we can monitor whether or not they're taking those courses and get them to take the courses. That would be the first measure of success, short term.
Okay, that's process. My question was long term. No, you can't put anything in place short term. So are you planning long term to put those processes in place? And if you're not, or if you can't, do you see that as a barrier?
No, our time and resource are barriers. I don't know that we may encounter as we go through this other barriers. Right now, it's just a question of time. We feel we have the monetary resource to build the data systems, if you will, to monitor, schedule, and determine compliance with training requirements. Just a question of time in building that system. So the barrier is a temporal one. It takes time to build the system. If that's relatively short term. We're talking about within this calendar year.
Okay,
Doing that.
okay, again, I'm not suggesting short term.
Okay, and long term is.
If we can't measure our success or the extent to which this department, this agency is effective, it becomes difficult to advocate for increased resources to make that happen.
Sure.
And so for me, it's important to be able to document or justify what we've done and how well we've done it. And so if there are barriers that prohibit you from doing that, it would be helpful to know up front, or that it would be done.
Well, I mean, as I said, we certainly know that the agencies have to build their resources. We'll provide the training for their trainers, but they have to have the resources within their agencies to employ these additional trainers.
And there's no legislation that requires them to do it, right?
Well, we would say the legislation requires that everyone in the workforce receive ethics training on the cycle that has been that's provided in the legislation. So there is, and it's an obligation that every agency has to provide that resource, in our view, and it's our obligation to provide the training material, to provide the systems for monitoring and scheduling, and measuring compliance with those requirements, and track it, and to inform agencies when we have individuals who haven't met the requirements, we have a training schedule. We had a system like that, but for a much smaller workforce. So when all those systems are in place and when all the agencies have the resources they need, then we will know that we've achieved success. When 150,000 people are receiving live, in person or live online training every year, and 150,000 are able to take online refresher training.
Thank you. Nancy?
Yeah, I have a bigger, a broader conceptual question that you've just identified for us that the biggest obstacle is the magnitude of the task, you know, the tenfold increase in the number of individuals who have to be trained so that it's now the entire workforce. And one of the questions I've always had is there was a lot of discussions about the need to amend the law to deal with problems related to how the fire body operated, you know, in terms of the voting and the like. I don't remember ever seeing any discussion about part of the problem with the ethical environment in the state being attributable to the narrowness, and I use that to refer to the 30,000 policymakers who have been required to be trained in ethics since the first ethics law was passed. And I don't remember there being any public discussion around the time the reforms being made by ECRA focusing on increasing the scope of the training function tenfold to every employee in the state. But that's what we have. But my question is this: given the cost and the dedication of time and resources to delivering meaningful training, is it our role as the agency and the commission to be asking the question of how this wildly expanded mandate furthers the goal of the underlying ethics laws and how it will promote greater trust and confidence in government? And some of the things I would think about in trying to noodle through that is, I would be curious when we see the reports of all the complaints coming in about workers, people subject to our jurisdiction. Have we done any kind of analysis to see how many of those workers about whom we're getting complaints were in that group that never had training? Because if we found a significant number of our complaints, the complaints that come to the body, relate to workers who've never had training, then it makes sense to say, okay, I guess we need a broader training mandate. But if the complaints tend to relate to persons who are already subject to the training requirement, I wonder, is
Can we collect
that
that
what the
data?
legislature really intended? And shouldn't we understand that a little bit better?
If that's a question for staff, certainly we have had enforcement matters involving, in the past, non-FDS filers. So if that's the question, what proportion of those against whom we've had enforcement actions or investigations fall on one side or the other of the FDS filing requirement? I'm sure we could capture that data. It's not something that we've been.
I think, you know, it seems, I've always thought, you know, depending on what your duty as a public employee, your duties as a public employee are, the ethical challenges or situations you confront are very different. And I think, you know, what a mental hygiene therapy aide or a correction officer faces as ethical issues under the state ethics laws are not many. I think they have a plethora of issues, that they have to contend with. And oftentimes I think their collective bargaining agreements, tend to speak to how some of those situations are handled. But I'm just trying to understand why the legislature, in enacting its fourth iteration of the ethics body, what was the goal of broadly expanding the scope of training? I understand why they changed how the body's configured and why maybe investigations can begin someplace else other than the commission. But the training thing still puzzles me. And given the resources and time to be spent, I just ask, if we achieve 100% success, how likely is that to accomplish the overall mission of the agency?
I would say, just in a very broad answer to that, we see, from my perspective, the mission of this agency at the end of the day is to foster compliance with the state's ethics and lobbying laws, and the principles that they represent, and the way we get to that, because we can't sprinkle magic dust on people and affect their behaviors that way. The way we get there is through education and training, through enforcement, for that efforts to bring about compliance, to encourage compliance. And I think each of these is an element in how we try to get to the goal of having a completely ethical and compliant workforce. And education plays a role in that. And it's not a judgment that this agency has made. This is a judgment that our lawmakers, the governor and the legislature, have made.
I understand that I understand. My question is, though, is it our role as the agency or the commission to be asking this question of, we get to talk about amendments to the statute, but it seems, or we're going to have a public hearing. It seems to me, is it our role to ask that question
of accountability? When you say that question, the question of accountability?
I think the question is the question of why the legislature
the
responded
legislature's objective.
expanded.
Okay. Let me just interrupt for a minute. So in the interest of time, I'm trying to stay on point. I think what you're saying is an excellent conversation that we need to have and resolve. I'm personally interested in it. But the question is, what is our responsibility? What are some of the barriers and challenges Sandy faces, and what we can do to be helpful? That's really what's on the table right now. For just to listen to the conversation, it sounds to me that based on what the legislation lays out, measurable outcomes for this department is process. It's not about end users and did they change. It's about, did we put the systems in place to give them the opportunity to learn? And the question for me, is that good or bad? Is that a barrier to some degree, or it's not? Any comments?
It's what's a barrier?
The fact that the outcomes that we measure are process outcomes versus end user outcomes.
It sounds to me like there might be end user outcome as well, similar to when we do our CLEs. We don't, they're not testing us, but we have to do this reporting. What I think I heard Sandy saying is that that's how he will measure it, as to, okay, we have these systems in place. He hopes to have a long-term system later on this year. If we accomplish that 150 individuals being trained each year, then he sees that as us accomplishing our goal and carrying out that mandate that we were given. I could be mistaken, but I believe that's what I heard him say, and I believe that's how we measure it, because what we were given, or the task we were asked to do, is to train these employees. So if we accomplish that, that is how we measure. Yeah, but that's the outcome is the individual. When the individual have taken that class and that training, and they have, annotated, signed it somewhere that they've done it, then that end result is something that we have, because that's the end user. That trainee is the end user. So when they signed off that they have taken it and we have it that they have complied, then I believe that we have accomplished our goal.
Right.
If we get it there.
I fully agree with you. I just see that not as a negative goal or no goal, it's a process goal. Our job is to process. And the question, when you say it affects the end user, to what degree did it affect the end user? Has there been a drop in the way complaints have been coming in? Has there been any change? And what I'm hearing is that that's not our responsibility. The responsibility is put the process in place. I'm not saying it's negative. It just doesn't,
It's not measurable. It's important to us. Education and training is important to us. It has a value in and of itself. And the public, I think, whether it automatically close what we do in greater confidence, it at least lets the public know that the effort, it's not just the effort, training in and of itself, telling people what their ethical obligation, what the do's and don'ts are, to boil it down to the bare essentials, is an important thing to communicate. Nobody can say they didn't have the training. They didn't know that they couldn't do that or they were supposed to do this. That's important. And we have the record of who took the course and who didn't. And if they didn't take the course, and we'd like to see more encouragement in the way of penalties if you're persistent in not having your training. Training in itself has value. How we measure that value is a different thing. But if it inspires, if it's an element in our mission to improve public confidence in state government, I think it's an important thing to be doing, but it's an expensive thing, clearly.
So I would see two of those issues that rise up, policy issues that I won't say cut across committees, but probably we don't know where it belongs yet. One is enforcement or penalties for failure to train. I think that needs to be discussed somewhere. And then the other big one, it seems to me, is evaluation of the impact of training, whether it's lobbyist training or the sort of general training across the workforce. And not to debate it now, but those are two big issues. I do think one way to that, so whoever said it earlier, look at where many of the complaints are coming from and to what would be the business training.
but that's not a barrier now. It's an issue that belongs to other communities. So the barrier that I think I understand to be this is the overall magnitude of the problem and the ability to scale up within time.
Correct. Actually, there are intermediate barriers that have been identified by some of the agencies, some of the union contracts may require adjustments in terms of mandatory training has to be built into the obligations of workers. There are individuals who work in the field, don't have ready access to technology. They don't have workstations. They work away from a technological base, and either they have to be brought into a place where they can have that kind of training, or a way has to be figured out to bring the training to them.
A large part of the body, outside of the 15% that we train, don't necessarily have the infrastructure needed to fulfill its training obligations.
No, I think it's a relatively small part of that. We think, we're still gathering information on that. This is a part of the workforce.
So it's a potential barrier.
Yeah, it's a potential barrier for some proportion of the workforce that's been identified by some of the ethics officers. It's things they have to contend with. But we'll see. We'll see how big a problem it is or it isn't
And what do you,
as we get more deeply into it.
and what do you see as priorities for this committee based on the conversation we've just had?
The priority of the committee is to, certainly ensure that we have the resources that we need and the commission's support for how we're going about meeting the statutory requirements. The statute specifically gives the commission the authority to extend time limits, and that's where we are, because the resources just aren't there to train hundreds of thousands of people.
But I thought you said with the 65, with the staff of 65 and the increase in the budget will enable you to get there. No, or?
It will enable us to increase our training capacity. And we'd love, by multifold, we'll have, substantial number. We'll be able to train more individuals and more trainers. But it's not just us, it's the agencies as well that need the resources.
But combined, that would meet the 300,000 people, you said?
300,000 people, yeah. Or
That's
more.
900,000 people in 3 years. You said 300,000 a year,
It's 300,000 a year.
right? Versus 30,000 a year.
No, it's versus 10,000 a year, really. It's 30,000 over 3 years. It's a big lift.
It's now it's 150 a year, because 300,000 over a 2-year period. So it's 150 a year.
For live and then online, the other 150. Everybody's getting training every year on the staff.
We had,
Half of it, 1 year it's live or live online, the other year it's online.
I thought we said that with the current resources, we'd be able to achieve that. Because when you say you want us, we need to get resources for you.
No, what I said was we're aiming for within 2 to 3 years to have the overall system, the agencies to have increased capacity, and you'll have increased capacity. So it's not just us, it's us plus 395 other agencies that have to increase their resources. And we do have ideas that have to be explored and developed for perhaps creating a shared facility, a combined facility that could provide a good deal, a high volume of ongoing live training, very concentrated.
Thank you. Any other questions?
None here.
Good. Okay, anyone, could we have a conversation among ourselves with regard to thoughts on where our thoughts we coming under this, was it a charter for our committee? That's what she said it was. Whatever it said.
I don't know. There's a vibration, I think there's working somewhere.
It's just the barriers going up and down.
Speak that first.
Our scope of authority and our responsibilities we have to come up with. Any thoughts?
Scope pretty much, this, at least I think for this committee, there is really a narrow goal in terms of, we have this training that we have to get done. We have a long-term and a short-term goal of how we're going to accomplish it, as Sandy has stated. Now, I think in terms of measurements or trying to see if we're accomplishing that, Sandy mentioned that we are going to have to probably delay the long term from September to a little later. So then we want to probably put in, is it November? We have to check in to see when that's going to be. How much further are we going to push that down there? So that's something that we can keep in mind to say, have we accomplished this? Do we have the platform for now the long-term training that we're working towards? Right, which is going to be
measuring,
Yeah, so that's gonna be the monitoring, if I'm not mistaken, monitoring, scheduling, and, and just ensuring there's compliance. That's what I heard. Um,
What is for measuring compliance?
If someone certifies that they have taken the course. So we may continue how we're doing it, but there are softwares that out there where you cannot proceed until you have taken, read, acknowledged something, question there. As to exactly how we're gonna do it, I think that's still in the works. We haven't finalized it as yet, so that's still being determined.
So it's technology that better manages the systems.
Right, so it's, a practice management, not practice management, one of those learning softwares that they're developing now.
Anything else? Glenn, I haven't heard from you.
Listen,
Huh?
I think that our goal is to meet the legislated standards of educating. I think that's the purpose of our committee, is to oversee that.
I think ours is really narrow because we want to see that, so we're gonna have to just monitor and assist where we can to ensure that goal that they've set for this long-term platform, that's there. The trainers are being trained. All the trainers, sometimes from the report I've seen from Sandy, some of them report, some of them don't. We mentioned about enforcement. Is there any penalty for not complying? So is that something we want to look at? I think that would probably come under our umbrella as well.
I would say to that last point, there is this larger policy issue of enforcement and penalties that sort of spreads across the category, because the same thing pertains to lobbying training. There's really no penalty for, as I understand it, for failing to complete the training for lobbying by either the client or the lobbyist. So I think that's one of those things we should parking lot, if you will, as a larger policy issue. Okay. Yes.
And it sounds to me that's one barrier that somebody else might need to work on. But another barrier is too that we don't have any real control over the various departments who's responsible for implementing programming.
So, correct. We're required to, in our annual reporting on compliance, we will be reporting at the agency level. For the quarterly reports, we're just doing overall statistics. But the annual report will drill down to the agency level, and we'll be reporting to the legislature and to the governor on the levels of compliance at each agency with the training requirements. So there is that sort of
Spotlight. Not in a positive way, but, so we'll know exactly who's not complying or the agency, so.
But this is a tough time. Again, there needs to be some ramping up in going from what the requirement was to what the new requirement is.
But it still goes, well, all we have to do is inform people and give them the opportunity to increase or change. They don't have to do it.
Right. Well, the agencies do have
They-
whatever
we can't
powers whatever powers they have in terms of requiring their employees.
But if they decide that not to make us a priority, that this is a priority, they can do that.
Well, I don't want to say that.
But that's the case.
In terms of the statute, but those are not the only terms and conditions under which employees work and to which they are required to comply at the agency. I'm talking about our powers, not not the powers that agencies have in terms of enforcing training and other requirements.
Right.
They're talking about our powers.
That's what I'm,
Yeah.
we're on the same
Yeah.
page. Anything else? Anybody who's observing have any comments? Please.
Just, I took the various ethics courses that Sandy distributed online. In addition to thinking, as we've discussed, how do you monitor the people that are actually there? The training for lobbyist clients, which seemed okay if you took it, but you could click through it and finish it in 5 minutes. And there's no mechanism to prevent that from happening. So I would suggest that if your members of your committee would go online and click on that, you could see what you could do. It would become basically a meaningless program. And I just wonder whether that's an immediate issue that could be addressed.
Yeah,
That's one way.
yeah. The materials I sent around were for commissioners. There is a certification. There are penalties, for false certification, obviously, in various statutes.
But you're not going to be, false certification, it could be thousands of people. But if you couldn't click through it, if you couldn't get to the end of the course, unless you read each of those things, it would be like a meeting.
No, understood. And that's why I said that we're looking at all those technologies.
Okay.
We've had the things that go.
Okay.
And I should add, we are moving, just so there's no one has any confusion here or elsewhere. We are moving forward as expeditiously as we can to increase our internal capacity, our ability to train trainers, our ability to provide more trainers, and to develop online mechanisms for the online component of the course to ensure that individuals are at least working their way through the slides. At the end of the day, as we've discussed, we don't know unless we're testing them.
Okay.
Whether they're actually absorbing the material, which is why the live online course needs to be interactive. That's it. And even that's not, foolproof. But we hope people, it's as important to us as it should be to them, to do this properly. It's important to know, and everybody has to understand, it's a way to avoid getting in trouble. If anyone has any doubt, but it's also an enforcement tool for us as well. So it works both ways.
Is there a way of doing something like a pop quiz, maybe a week after the program, to ask them 5 questions from the material, not in the same order for each of them? You kind of put them in different order, so you can't just have somebody going around saying, "Oh, it's A, C, D, E, A," type of thing, so that we can test their knowledge.
Yeah, I'm sure all of that's doing, it's a resource question. I'm sure it could be done, but if we're doing it for those who've taken it online or live, then it's another 300,000 sessions.
Yeah.
So we have to factor that into it. It's such a large crew that's very expensive. Web hosting on the lobbying side is costing a couple bucks every time somebody signs into it. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when you scale it up to 300,000 or 600,000, it's a big number. So we're looking at methodologies for doing all of that.
I think we're out of time.
Thank you.
All right, lunch
So
break.
what could be and do we see a need to, what are the next steps for you? Do you want to reconvene or you want me to draw up something we can respond to via email?
I mean, I think perhaps you could draft it in the initial step, what it is that we're going to do, outline it, and it will take us less time. Even if we do need to discuss it, it will take less time.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go live now. Thank you.
We're live. Good afternoon. This is the Legal Committee, and I'm calling it the committee to order. Excuse me. We have Commissioners James, Cardozo, Carney, Winningham, and Ayers. I believe all present.
Commissioner Ayers may not be here, but she will. I'm not sure.
Okay. And we have as well our General Counsel, Keith St. John, and Deputy General Counsel, Peter Bott, who are present also. As part of the preparation of the agenda, Chief, Mr. St. John and Ms. Bott put together a listing of staff priorities. I've asked them to speak to each one of them as to how they envision that to work, and the committee will then discuss where our priorities are, what we think should be, and see if we can make everything jive. So, Keith, do you want to start with the list, or is it Kavita, or?
Sure. I'll start. Just again to sort of frame the discussion for the next hour. What I would like to do for your benefit is go through the sort of parameters or the skeleton of a code of conduct that, for a variety of reasons, members of the commission should face with a sense of high priority. So I'll walk through the elements of what such a code of conduct could be, and remind us that the code of conduct really flows from the state's code of ethics, which is codified at Section 74 of the Public Officers Law. In addition to a code of conduct, or as part of a code of conduct, we'll want to spend some time in sort of diving into a policy of recusal, a recusal policy that identifies when recusal is expected and appropriate, and how one goes about it, and what a commissioner ought to consider with respect to what for themselves might suggest a reason for effectuating a recusal, so as not to create any kind of perception. And it's really not for them to deem, but really so as to not create an impression by the public that there's some conflict of interest interfering with a commissioner's primary responsibility to colleague and the public trust that has been invested in this state agency. And then finally, some meeting guidelines I would like to put on the table for the commissioner's consideration that will add some structure and some process, certainly for the chair to be able to rely upon, so that as the presiding officer, we can all make sure that the meetings proceed efficiently and with some order to them. So without further ado, why don't I just jump right into what I believe would be the important elements of a code of conduct for members of the Commission on Ethics and Lobbying in Government. I will say,
Excuse me for interrupting. Is there any such written policy on any of these areas today that we have?
I am working from a set of written notes. I don't have a digital copy of it because I'm working from home and not from the office, and so I don't have anything in writing to distribute.
I mean, is there an existing document that?
Yeah, it's in the Commissioner handbook that was circulated when we first were onboarded, and I can send you another copy of it. It's the Jacob version. I think Mariana's made an updated version of it. Yes, there is.
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
That's quite all right. So with respect to a code of conduct, sort of go back to the sort of sense of frustration that the legislature, in enacting ECRA, the Ethics Commission Reform Act, there was no attendant sponsor's memo. No real elaboration on the interests that the legislature and the governor had for proposing and then approving this new establishment, this new watchdog agency over ethics and lobbying in state government. So what nonetheless is important, and I think serves as a good backstop or backdrop, is the expression by the legislature in support of enactment of Section 74 of the Public Officers Law. And again, I've identified that as where the state's ethics code is codified. I'll share with the members of the commission and to the viewing public. As the New York legislature expressed when it enacted Public Officers Law Section 74, government is and should be representative of all the people who elect it, and some conflict of interest is inherent in any representative form of government. Some conflicts of material interests, which are improper for public officials, may be prohibited by legislation. Others may arise in so many different forms and under such a variety of circumstances that it would be unwise and unjust to proscribe them by statute with inflexible, rigid, and penal sanctions, which would limit public service to the very wealthy or the very poor. For matters of such complexity and close distinctions, the legislature finds that a code of ethics is desirable to set forth for the guidance of staff, officers and state officers and employees, the general standards of conduct to be reasonably expected of them in the performance of their duties. So it's with that backdrop, that sort of context, and in that spirit that this commission, the Commission on Ethics and Lobbying in Government, we see as providing the following code of conduct to guide the members of the commission in the performance of their official duties. First and foremost, conflicts of interest. The responsibilities of the commission can only be fulfilled if its activities are undertaken in accordance with Public Officers Law Section 73, 73-A, and 74. There are certain precepts I'd like to characterize as embodying the kind of code of conduct, of responsibility, of behavior that are of paramount importance. And so these are the sort of items that you want to think of. We're certainly recommending strongly that you consider and act on certain precepts that really form the structure and the basis for the kind of ethical behavior and the very high standard that the chair has articulated many times for members of the commission, and certainly the high standard, the higher standard than perhaps is imposed on any other or other state officers and employees, given the very nature of your responsibilities as that watchdog agency and perhaps and indeed the model of ethical behavior for the state workforce. No member should receive or enter into any agreement for any compensation for the appearance or rendition of services by that member or someone else in relation to any matter that's before the commission. Again, no individual commissioner ought to be engaged in any kind of business or occupation or vocation for which they get paid that may give the appearance that they're wearing more than one hat, that essentially puts them in a very awkward position in which the public begins to suspect that its interests are not most paramount in the minds of a commissioner. So that has to be something of immense priority. Similarly, no member should receive or enter into any agreement, again, for any compensation, no matter what form that compensation might take, for rendering services against the interests of the commission in relation to any matter that is before any adjudicative body. Thirdly, no member should in any way be interested in any contract that's made by the commission. And by interested in any contract, no member should have a financial or political interest or any interest of any sort involving business that the commission is undertaking as a state agency for the good of the public. Additionally, no member should have any interest or engage in any outside activity which is in substantial conflict with the proper discharge of their duties as a member of the commission. So those 4 elements sort of provide the infrastructure, the structure, the essential components of what a conflict of interest policy ought to embody or at least express for purposes of your overall code of conduct. In living up to that very code of conduct and those higher standards of behavior for members of this commission, as I alluded to at the outset, you will find yourselves in instances where you need to or ought to step away from deliberations that are underway in the commission. By stepping away, you remove yourself of any potential conflict, certainly any potential complaint that you're essentially trying to fulfill 2 different missions that might be in conflict with each other. So by stepping away from removing yourselves from the discussions, what we're talking about is recusing yourself from matters that are before the agency, this agency, the commission, in instances where someone may question your loyalty to the commission versus your loyalty to whatever other financial interest or pecuniary interest or political interest or outside activity you may be involved in. So members should recuse themselves from commission deliberations and commission votes on matters that relate to any organization or entity or even any other individual where their impartiality in the deliberation or the vote being considered by the commission might be reasonably questioned. And again, we need to look at these instances not through necessarily our own eyes or our own perspective, but we need to put ourselves in the shoes of the public and imagine what the public may think about the roles we play as commissioners, the roles you play as commissioners, and the tension that sometimes exists between that official role as a member of this commission and your outside roles that you play with respect to either your professional activities, your civic responsibilities or activities, and the like. Members should also review on an ongoing basis for potential conflicts, their employment and other associations and other relationships, whether they be personal relationships or professional relationships, and abide by the commission's recusal policy and procedures, and seek guidance from commission staff or from the executive director or from yourselves with respect to how you can ensure that you're abiding by the procedures when necessary and appropriate. there'll be more that I will want to say about recusing in instances when you think your impartiality may be questioned, and I'll get to that momentarily. But suffice to say, recusal is an important part of the illustration of one's behavior, such that it meets these higher standards that are imposed on us, on you as members of this ethics and lobbying watchdog agency.
If I may, as a committee, now looking at these, looking at the question of the code of conduct, it's in the handbook. Are you suggesting that we need to look at that and update it?
I very much am, yes.
Okay. I
Again,
wanted to just put it in context.
yeah, code of ethics,
Thank you.
a recusal policy, a policy with respect to how you treat gifts that you might receive or other special treatments. It ought to be very clear that members of this commission will not solicit or accept or receive any gift in whatever form that might take, under any circumstances in which it could be reasonably inferred that the gift was intended to influence you as a member of the commission, or might be intended as a reward for any official action that was taken by you in your role as a member of the commission. Similarly, no member should use or attempt to use or create a reasonable impression of an attempt to use their official position to secure any unwarranted privileges on their own behalf or on behalf of someone else. You should not use your position as a commissioner of this watchdog agency to get any special benefits or special treatment from others by virtue of your membership on this commission.
Sorry, finishing, Cardoza?
Have you gone, or would you recommend going further than that, saying specific examples? For example, just using this as an example, former clients or present clients or former clients of your law firm. Would you go into those kind of details, or would that depend upon the circumstance of each case?
Well, it's a good question, and I'm going to actually touch upon it in just a few more minutes. But,
Excuse me.
But the answer is yes. It's important to look both forward and make sure that you're not doing anything prospectively that, again, rubs up against this high standard of ethical behavior. But similarly, it's important to look backwards with respect to clients that you either have had in recent years or professional associations that you've had in recent years going backwards. I would also recommend you all to be sensitive to the notion that the public may suspect that you're doing something for either a past association that you may have had or for a future association that you may enter into. It's important to sort of keep those lines very clear and share with your colleagues any instance in which you think that you suspect that there might be appearance of an impropriety or of a conflict that behooves you to kind of remove yourself again from the deliberations and whatever is instantly before the commission.
Keith, would that include, as lawyers, we have an obligation if we are witness to or become aware of any unethical behavior on the part of another lawyer, we're required to report it. Would that be with that same reporting requirement in order to us as commissioners?
I would venture to say that yes. Again, you as commissioners don't relieve you of any of the responsibilities both to uphold the standards of ethical conduct, but also make sure that you're providing as much guidance as you can to your colleagues when you believe that it may appear that activities that are ongoing may subject either an individual or the commission as a whole. You each have a responsibility, and I'm sure you share this and have expressed it in a variety of ways, of making sure that the integrity of the commission is not impugned, both personally for any individual member of the commission or for the commission as a whole, that organizationally, the public perception and trust of this watchdog agency is of paramount importance. Why don't I now sort of turn to a slight drill down on this refusal policy. Again, the best way to ensure that if there is a tension that you are discovering between some outside activity or professional relationship that you have, some tension between that and your duties as a commissioner, that they come to the forefront, that they be disclosed, and then you take appropriate action to minimize or to mitigate whatever conflict might appear to be arising out of those dual responsibilities that you have. Before I go, did I see a hand up? Maybe not. Okay. So again, with respect to the recusal policy, what I've already alluded to is the importance of recusing yourselves from any commission deliberations and votes on matters that relate to an organization, an individual, or any entity where your impartiality in the commission deliberations might be reasonably questioned. And again, you want to, on an ongoing basis, review the potential conflicts that might exist or might arise between your employment and other associations and your other relationships, and abide by the commission's recusal policy and procedures, and seek guidance in accordance with those procedures whenever you think it's necessary or appropriate. Here's where we drill down without taking up too much time. Here's where we drill down into identifying, well, what does that look like? What does it really mean to have a personal or financial interest in a matter that might create a problem for this commission? It's clear, and again, your handbook will walk you through the processes that I'm just giving a sort of high-level overview of. But it's important to keep in mind that recusal should occur whenever there exists any financial or personal interest, whether it's a direct interest or an indirect interest, that is incompatible with the discharge of your duties as a commissioner, or might reasonably be expected to impair your objectivity or your independence of judgment in the exercise of your official duties. Keywords being objectivity and independence of judgment. If for any reason your past associations, your present associations and activities rub up against your ability to be objective and independent, then that suggests very strongly that you need to kind of withdraw yourself from whatever deliberations and voting is taking place before the commission. Financial or personal interests can take the shape and look of employment, or a debtor-creditor relationship, or a fiduciary relationship, or a source of income, or a matter that pertains to a relative, a close relative in your family or a household, a matter that pertains to a business investment or contractual relationship, or investments even. Investments where a decision of the commission could reasonably be expected to result in any material impact on the value of your personal investments. as well leadership roles that, or other substantial roles that you play individually in respect to your profession or your trade or any charitable or nonprofit organization that you are affiliated with. Those can also present financial or personal interest conflicts that you need to be sensitive to, aware of, and then disclose so that we can all make sure on a regular basis that you are taking the necessary steps to mitigate whatever appearance of a conflict may exist and certainly avoid the actual conflict of interest. Political activities, in addition to personal and financial interests, we also have to be mindful of whatever political activities you may be involved in, that you're entitled to be involved in, but not so far as extending or interfering interfering with, again, that objective analysis that you perform as a member of this commission. You don't want politics to enter into your objective decision-making as a member of this commission. And then whatever other matters may require recusal, you ought to be sensitive to them. And again, that really is determined often on a case-by-case basis, always with the mindset of whether those interests that are outside the commission might overlap with or interfere with the interests that are primary with respect to your official roles that you play as members of this watchdog agency. There will be procedures for effectuating that recusal, for making that recusal. There will be procedures we're recommending, and as indicated in your handbook, there will be procedures for disclosing your activities and then keeping staff and your colleagues always informed about instances in which those outside activities of yours may rub up against whatever particular matter, whether it's a guidance matter, whether it's an enforcement, an investigation matter, irrespective of what type of matter it is, anytime something that you're doing on the outside may touch upon what you're doing for the agency, for this agency, that needs to be disclosed. You need to recuse and make sure that that recusal is both expressed and then documented. I think that fairly summarizes the elements of a code of conduct that you will want to take up most urgently, most immediately, so as to finally get this behind you and on the record with respect to your awareness of your responsibilities, the appreciation that each and every one of you has to the importance of separating your outside lives from this inside life as a state officer and employee with respect to your work on the commission. This is something that the staff does as state employees, and you as state officers are held to that very same, if not slightly higher standard.
So our number one priority really is numbers 1 and 2 on your list.
Yes, a code of conduct. And then as part of that code of conduct, in fact, I think at the staff level, we're proposing this additional recusal policy as an amendment, as an addition to the existing code of conduct, so as to more completely address matters that are important to resolve before they become problems. If no.
Commissioner James.
Keep the recusal policy that's in the current commissioner's handbook. Is that modified, or is Is that the old one that you're suggesting needs to be changed?
I'd have to take a look at what is in your handbook. I know that in the previous iteration of the Ethics Watchdog Agency, there was an interest in sort of beefing up, really expanding this notion of a recusal policy, beefing that up and then tacking that onto the existing code of conduct. That didn't get resolved before that watchdog agency went out of existence. So it's a matter that, as far as I know, is still fresh, and it's incumbent upon you as commissioners. I mean, it's one thing to be in your handbook, but it would add more effect and force if it is something that is actively considered by you as commissioners and then adopted in a by a formal vote, so that there is no question of your awareness of the policy and your commitment to abide by the policy.
So is there suggested language in existence now that's been prepared by you or other members of the staff?
There is, and once I circle back and make sure that it is either in the handbook that you've already been given. If it's not there, then we will make sure that you get what already is in writing in terms of our proposal, the sort of code, the sort of enhanced code that staff is recommending the commissioners take up at its earliest opportunity.
Yeah, let me just say that I circulated the old handbook, so it doesn't include the language that staff had proposed. So we'll provide that separately.
So we'll have the handbook as the old version, and we don't need a red-lined version, but just the new version that you're now suggesting that we can compare with.
Correct.
That's great. Thank you.
And finally, with respect to point 3, there's the commission meeting guidelines. As I suggested, I mean, historically, we have found at the staff level, we have found there to be value in having certain kind of SOPs, standing operating procedures, for how meetings will be held, under what circumstances they'll be held, what kind of access there will be to those meetings. It is beyond question, certainly now that the commission is subject to the open meetings law. It has always been the policy of the ethics watchdog agencies, and now embodied and directly applicable to us by virtue of the open meetings law. But it's worth kind of restating the value that the commission places on making sure that its meetings are open to the public, accessible to the public, no matter whatever abilities or disabilities one may have. It's important for the commission to be sensitive to the variety of ways in which people want to be involved and want to participate in the deliberations of this public body. So we would incorporate those into a set of meeting guidelines that gave voice to the commission's commitment to making sure that meetings were as accessible as possible, were held as often as possible, to make sure that the commission's business and mission was being satisfied, and that sufficient notice is being given to the public about commission meetings and commission committee meetings, and then a clear set of rules and guidelines for how this public body would, notwithstanding its commitment to openness and transparency, some clear guidelines on when the commission could take up matters in executive session outside of earshot, so to speak, of the public. It's important that we are, again, sensitive to the rules of confidentiality that have been imposed upon the commission by other provisions of state law, other regulatory rules that govern the operation of this commission and how it undertakes the provision of advice and guidance to state officers and employees and the confidentiality of that advice. Our rules need to be sensitive and take into consideration the confidentiality of its investigative matters and deliberations. So it is not as if this commission can, on a whim, willy-nilly, decide to go into executive session to take up matters outside of the public's access, but rather that there be specific rules and we be mindful of those specific rules when going into an executive session so that we can be absolutely sure that the reasons for us taking up matters privately comport with the state law that allows the commission to do just that. We want to make sure that when you're going into executive session, it's for the right reasons, and that when you are in executive session, you limit discussions and deliberations to those matters that for which you had in the public session indicated that you were going to go into executive session in the first place. So there are meeting guidelines. We'll also circulate those for the committee's consideration and the commission's consideration so that we have a sort of robust set of rules that reflect your responsibilities and enable you to execute them under the sunlight that the public expects to be shining quite brightly on your activities.
All right, so that's our top three. I suspect it may take more than a day or two. Although we do have Commissioner Winningham on the committee, so that we could speed things up that way. But seriously, could we just get an overview from the both of you as to items 4 through 7 that I suspect will be kind of the next plate that we'll have after doing 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. And just so we all know, we have 20 minutes left in this session.
Sure. This is relatively quick. As you know, adjudicatory regs have been adopted on an emergency basis. And so, I think one of the first priorities is to get them finalized and have our permanent rules for investigations and enforcement matters fully permanent. So that's one of the first items that we would like to get done. And then with respect to the other two matters, I'll talk about number 6 first, developing procedures for handling victim-involved matters. With ECRA, now we have a defined term victim. And so with respect to matters involving victims, I think it's important to look to develop some procedures when we are conducting those cases and those investigations. So I think that's something that we should start considering, as I'm sure it will be a matter of time before we get matters that we will have to, where this will become, at the forefront. And then with respect to number 5, we do have the ability, the Commission has the ability to develop rules and procedures for handling the resolution of de minimis violations. I think staff's take on this for the time being is to, we can take a look at this. Staff would like to see how the cases that we have currently are being resolved, and would like to, for the time being, we believe we have opportunities to resolve those cases. And then as we move through these cases, I think we can discuss more fully whether there are more matters that tend to fall into this de minimis category. Because again, we have to define what is de minimis, what are the different levels that we want to talk about, and do our current guidelines not address that? So I think that for the most part covers the priorities for the investigations overview. Like I said, our main priority right now is to finalize the regulations that we have adopted on emergency process.
Questions?
I just suggest, I wonder if the de minimis issue that you just mentioned may fall within the delegation committee, since in effect what we're saying is that de minimis issue shouldn't take up very much time, and therefore we're in effect referring it, I assume, to the staff. And of course, how do you define de minimis? But there may be an overlap jurisdictionally
With deal committees. Right, I mean, that's a possibility, but it may well be is an overall with regard to what we're doing here. Something as I assume, Kavita, that we've got drafts of this also. Once we see it, perhaps we'll make the decision as to which way to address it, or maybe do that as a joint effort between the two committees.
On a related point, going back to one thing that Keith was talking about in terms of the open meetings law issues. Again, I just raised this as potential conflict because at the moment, the open meetings law compliance issues is within the jurisdiction, and I'm not trying to reach out, within the jurisdiction of the Communications Committee. And I wonder, and maybe we should just review this as the Communications Committee. Who should be dealing with this issue? Is it the Legal Committee on Compliance, or is it the Communications Committee? And we want to be sure that the lines are drawn as to who should deal with that.
I think, again, let's see what the draft is, and that makes sense to take a look. Thank you.
As you talk about the cases that you're reviewing now and closing, are you at the same time, for example, developing a list of those cases that you're closing and you may consider de minimis so that we can see a pattern? So there's a pattern of these are the cases that we've closed. These are the ones we think so. And so when you present it to the commission, then we have a list of, let's say, over the last 6 months, we closed these cases. We thought they were de minimis, or we believe that we have existing opinions and guidelines that we don't need to amend at this time unless the commissioners think otherwise. So have you put that together?
We're in the process of doing that, right? As we close cases, for the most part, it's because allegations are unsubstantiated for the most part. Other cases that we do close, then, we are trying to see if they fall into particular categories. So, yeah.
Okay, so that's something you're working on developing at this time.
Exactly.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. At the risk of ending this meeting,
I did have a question number 7.
Go ahead.
The legislative agenda does just, again, asking jurisdictionally, if the proposed legislation that you list here would logically fall within the legal committee, but if there's other potential legislation that the commission might think should be enacted, do all those suggestions come to the legal committee, or does it depend on another committee? I mean, for example, there's an issue, I'm not taking a position on it, as to whether the ethics laws should be extended to deal with advocacy for appointment of people, was highlighted by the Judge LaSalle issue. I'm not talking about the merits of the argument, but is the potential that the ethics laws should be amended to cover that situation, is that an issue for the legal committee? Or should it just depend on what the kind of issue is?
Yeah, just, I mean, from staff's perspective, the way I allocated the legislative agenda items is to divide them out topically to the various committees, and then I collected them all in case we wanted it, and I would advocate for a unified approach in terms of the legislative agenda, as opposed to having a dispersed one. I mean, ultimately, the entire commission has
Are we
to.
having a problem with the,
It's okay.
okay, if I may, I see this in kind of the same way that, the legislature deals with things. Something goes to the Agriculture Committee first with regard to assessments, then it'll go to Ways and Means, then it'll go to Rules. I mean, I think we can amongst ourselves, because ultimately, whatever committee makes whatever decision, it's going to come to all of us anyway.
I think there's another piece here too, because it's obviously going to be helpful and useful for the legal committee with legal staff to rule on and opine on the sort of legal legitimacy, if you will, of any proposed legislative changes we're going to make. But in terms of advocating for those at the legislature, I think that's a communications committee function, not a legal committee function, and how I just personally see the bifurcation of those responsibilities.
But for example, if the education committee thinks the training law requirements should somehow be changed, the initiative, I guess, comes from the education committee, although it then may end up being referred to the legal committee.
Yeah, and to the education committee communications committee for a strategy for approaching the legislature to get it changed.
All right, then Keith and Kavita, when do you expect to have those drafts out available to us?
I will have my work to you tomorrow morning when I'm back in the office, and provided the storm is over and my electricity is on. Yeah, tomorrow morning.
That's great.
Sounds like a gospel hymn.
With respect to the emergency regs, I believe you may have already had them, but we can forward those to you again tomorrow. With respect to the newer ones, probably about mid next week.
Very good. You have the full committee list now. It's Austin, James, Cardozo, Carney, Whittingham, and Ayers.
Yeah, and you have the old,
And of course the
you have the old ones now.
right through in the
They have those.
right. So that being the case, I will be in as soon as we've got them. Try and get to them as soon as you can, and I will try to set up a meeting in the next couple of weeks to be able to start reviewing and finalizing 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll get to the other items after that. But let's focus on the code of conduct, refusal policy, and meeting guidelines. I would also point out that there was a motion made with regard to creating a recusal list that was tabled, and that's I'll forward that since I drafted that, and we can perhaps use that as something of a guideline as well. And a couple of minutes early, but I think we've got our marching orders, and I thank Keith and Covita very much for their input. Makes a big difference. And if there's no other business, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take a 15-minute break and reconvene, 14 minutes at this point. See.
Let's see, Commissioner Carton. There he is.
That's his copy.
Yes.
Glenn's not here.
No. Okay, we're live.
Which Austin,
We're all set.
okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Ethics Committee with Chair Austin and Commissioners Carney and Carvalho, as well as myself, and the staff liaison, Michael Andy, who's our Director of Ethics.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So the staff has given us a number of priorities, and Mr. Sandy has agreed to go through them and tell us why the staff feels that these are priorities and which order we should address them.
Sure. I'm going to just give a brief introduction and a description of the processes of the ethics unit. And I'll be sure to address each of the staff priorities listed on the agenda. Just by way of background, I started working with Jacob in 2014 as an associate counsel in the ethics unit. I was promoted to deputy director of the ethics unit in or about 2018, and I became director about 2 weeks ago. In many ways, I think the functions and processes of the ethics unit are the simplest to grasp within our agency. The primary function of the ethics unit is to respond to inquiries from the regulated community, which includes state employees and officers, the statewide elected officials, certain political chairs, and we often receive inquiries from ethics officers who work for the various agencies. They know that they can call us for guidance. These inquiries typically arrive via email or telephone. We have a dedicated email address and telephone number for ethics-related inquiries. Under our Attorney of the Day system, one attorney from the ethics unit receives all inquiries each day. And those inquiries are automatically assigned to be handled by that attorney. Some of these inquiries are essentially routine, and the inquiring party may not be looking for an official written response. So these inquiries are quickly resolved via telephone or email by the attorney of the day. Many inquiries result in a written response on official letterhead. Any response of this type goes through at least 3 and usually 4 levels of review before it leaves the office. The attorney who received the inquiry will prepare a draft. The draft then goes through me. After I review it, I send it to the general counsel. And finally, the executive director does the final review. And I can say that we all raise issues and questions as indicated throughout that process. We also maintain a log of every inquiry that enters the office. The guideline is to record any inquiry which results in an explanation of what the law means or what the law requires. That way we capture even those inquiries that don't result in a written record. As of this morning, the log reflects that staff has received a total of about 10,463 inquiries since the middle of 2011, which comes to an average of about 170 inquiries per year. Now, I want to address very briefly the Hogan Levels report, just because I think that's kind of a specter that's hanging out there. And I want to address any misperceptions that may have been created by that report. The first issue is, of course, this was a very singular episode among the 10,000 inquiries that came in to JCO. Additionally, if you read the Hogan Levels report carefully, you'll note that the commissioners were involved in the process, including the chair. For some reason, this fact was ignored in the report's recommendations.
And finally, the staff issued guidance in that matter was completely in line with established precedent. So I just want to push back a little bit against any suggestion of there being a rogue staff. Yeah, I believe the ECRA statute that we're operating under today is very clear that the ethics unit is responsible for issuing guidance to the regulated community. I think it's definitely clearer on that point than PURA was, which established JCO. We have a dedicated professional staff who live and breathe the public officers law. They are dedicated to applying the precedent established by this commission and your predecessors without reference to political considerations or any other irrelevant matters. I think this is what the statute envisions. And I am wary of any system that would involve the commissioners in the day-to-day business of issuing guidance to the, based on the established precedent. Any inquiry that staff determines cannot be resolved by precedent, or that raises a question about precedent, or has some special significance, gets presented to the commission. Right? Staff really is not interested in issuing opinions that go beyond the established precedent. Moreover, this commission has the power and authority to step in if it believes staff has issued guidance that is not in accord with established precedent, or goes beyond precedent, or the precedent needs to be modified. And we certainly welcome, that kind of involvement. That's I think one of the core duties of the commission. Moving on to advisory. Yes.
So what you're saying is that staff provides guidance. If there's no precedence, there's a feeling of staff the need for changing a precedent or interpretation of precedent, then it would come to the commission.
That's right.
Okay. Does that mean that where there is precedence and it's established and it's been going on for some period of time, that would not come to the commission?
That would be resolved by staff, yes.
But in any event, staff will report to the commission both the pendency of the request, because it shows up on the log that's presented at each meeting, as well as the resolution, which again will show up in the log when the letter has been issued.
And the commission has the power to pull that back or question it or
Prospectively. Commission has the power, always has the power to change any guidance provided by staff.
Thank you. Just one point that, there were 353 advisory opinions. If you look at the timeline on our website where they're all posted, you might notice that some years early on have many advisory opinions, and the number of advisory opinions each year tends to dwindle as you get closer and closer to where we are today. And I think that's because the advisory opinions have slowly filled in all the gaps in our understanding of the public officers law and the other statutes that we apply. So it's becoming less and less common for issues to arise that are not addressed in precedent. But it does happen. It certainly did happen under JCO. Now, when PURA created JCO, it imposed a similar requirement that JCO review the body of advisory opinions. Now, I don't know exactly what processes were undertaken in pursuit of that, but there were 3 advisory opinions issued by JCO that had the express purpose of modifying or clarifying earlier opinions. In opinion 1701, JCO modified precedent to provide that the post-employment restrictions should not apply when a state employee leaves an agency but moves to one of the statutory and closely affiliated entities, even an entity that is not associated with their own former agency. This was done in light of the modification to Public Officers Law 74, which extended its coverage to employees of the closely affiliated entities. In 1703, JCO modified precedent to provide for a more flexible application of the student exemption to the post-employment restrictions. This was done to avoid situations where a matriculated full-time student who interned or held a student-only job with a state agency, secondarily to their education or in furtherance of their education, would find themselves locked out of state employment after graduation. And in 1801, Jacob issued what we consider a major opinion, which revisited and clarified the two-year bar and especially the lifetime bar in order to correct what was perceived as a creeping extension over time that resulted in the bars being applied in situations that weren't serving the public interest. There's one advisory opinion that I believe could warrant revisiting at this time. Opinion 1301 addressed whether a former employee of the state insurance fund could represent clients before the fund within his two-year bar period. The opinion concluded that he could not, with no qualification. But this actually isn't in accord with prior precedent concerning the application of the two-year bar in the context of litigation matters involving their former agency. There's a so-called litigation exception that was created by advisory opinion. It's somewhat complex. 1301 was released somewhat early in the life of Jacob, and I think they just got it wrong. It's a narrow holding. It only applies to a single agency, and I'm not aware that it's ever created a real-life problem, but it is, I believe, incorrect and should be addressed. There are no pending requests for formal advisory opinion from the regulated community. As far as staff proposed subjects, I think there is room to revisit and think again about the subject of state employees and officers who want to write a book. I think that the precedent that exists now is vague and could stand a little firming up in a number of areas. I think that it's a good subject for revisiting. Yeah, I think there are good bases for clarifying when an employee can write a book. And I mean, I think it fails to make a number of distinctions. The precedent fails to make a number of distinctions that I think are important. I mean, first of all, we can't tell anybody that they can't write a book in their private time. But it's the publication or the commercialization of a book that starts to raise conflict of interest issues. And I don't think the advisory opinions that address this, I don't think they properly or sufficiently address that. And there are also issues around whether the contents of the book, to what extent and whether it's based on the work that the employee is performing. I believe we need more clarity and we need to think about that. This number 6, referring to the FDS unit. I haven't really, sorry.
I just had a question. So you're saying that the 9 steps or whatever, or is inadequate or it's not?
I think those 9 steps are all either accurate or they're in the area of accurate, but I think some more specification is required. All 9 of those factors are kind of based on other opinions and other activities, and I think that we need to address more specifically the act of writing a book.
Thank you.
So I haven't really been involved with the FDS unit all that intimately. I mean, it comes under my remit now, but that's only for the last 2 weeks. But I think there certainly is room for information exchange between the FDS unit and lobbying and investigation. And I know that, we in the ethics unit try to share information with FDS and lobbying to find out if an inquiring party is a lobbyist or a client of a lobbyist, for example. Now, as far as data mining, I really don't know what to suggest with that. The data that we collect, at least the raw data, consists of opinions. Opinions either in email form, letter form, or a record of a telephone call maintained in the master log. So I'm not really feel prepared to or qualified to opine on what kind of data and how could be extracted from that.
Yeah, let me just say, there are technologies out there and systems that are available that have been looked at a higher level in the past. But the prior commissions didn't have the resources really to investigate those potential technologies. So those are things that I think we want to be looking at going forward. And it goes hand in glove with the idea of greater coordination between the FDS unit in their reviews and the lobbying unit, reviewing they're doing and comparing the data. And there are systems in place. We haven't really had the staffing or the resources to fully implement them. So those are important things to look at as we rebuild the capabilities of the agency.
With respect to number 8, legislation, I feel that might be more within the realm of the commission itself. But that being said, I would note that the statewide elected officials, at least in theory, are always on duty. And I think that there's always been a tension between statewide elected officials who are always on duty, but also might want to do an outside activity. And I think that that's worth examining at the very least. I don't want to, draw any conclusions about how that would come out, but I think that's worth examination. And that's the conclusion of my prepared remarks.
So, with respect to the statewide officials, the outside income restrictions, might that tie into our area, number one?
It could. I mean, statewide elected officials and agency heads are prohibited from receiving honoraria specifically for speeches, but they can receive honoraria for other types of services. And yes, I think the same kind of tension applies where a statewide elected is carrying out and receiving some type of payment or compensation for an act that's unrelated to their official duties.
With respect to item 1, the guidance function, procedures instruction. So, is this something you think we really should address in the near future? And do you have suggestions? Do you think that you have suggestions for modifications?
I don't have any suggestions for modifications. Like I said, I think that our functions are relatively simple. I give major kudos to FDS and the lobbying. I think they have major efforts to undergo. I think in the ethics unit we're a little bit lucky that we don't have this avalanche of information coming in all the time. And I think that the attorney of the day system is working. Things don't fall through the cracks. To the extent they might, they're always picked up. We're recording everything in the master law so that there's a record, even of unwritten opinions. And the one thing that I would say, and I'm not calling for modification, but I would note that response times have gotten a bit longer. And I ascribe that to the fact that, I think after the transition, we did lose a number of staff. And now all the staff members are doing tasks beyond what they were originally doing, and we have fewer people doing them. So that has resulted in delays. We used to aim to get every response out, if possible, within 2 weeks, and usually less. And, I would like to work on improving our response times, and I think that will happen once we staff up.
And I should add that in the proposed expanded staffing plan, we have 2 additional ethics counsels proposed. And one leading reason for that, in addition to the reasons that Michael has given, is that we anticipate a market increase in inquiries that we'll be getting as we begin to expand training. The anticipation is, as individuals become more sensitive and more aware of the need to seek guidance, they're going to do it. And we're going to be encouraging them to do that when they have questions. So inevitably, we will be seeing some kind of uptick. We don't know how large it's going to be. I don't think, Michael, we've yet begun to experience it, but there's probably a lag from the time the trainings expand to the time those inquiries come in.
Sorry, what was that last part?
Probably a lag.
Probably a lag. I haven't noticed that there's an increase in volume. Maybe.
No, I don't think there's been an increase in volume, but it is true that almost every time there's a training session, we do get inquiries into the office where the people say, I just attended a training session and now I have a question. So I think when we expand training, it is going to expand the work methods.
So what do you think is proper time frame for?
Like I said, we used to aim for 2 weeks or less, and I think that's reasonable. Usually when I tell someone, within 2 weeks, they're pretty pleased with that. And that's what I'm going to aim for, but I think many could be less than 2 weeks. And it depends on the subject matter.
On the number 7, the data mining opportunities and restrictions, can you just say a little bit more about what you're doing? So what kinds of things?
I don't know.
Even sort of in your wild imagination, what kind of thing?
I don't, I have difficulty with this because I'm not sure what data I want, right? Even if there is useful data to be extracted, or not useful, even if there is data to be extracted, I'm not sure what we would do with it. We often we look at the numbers month to month and year to year, and we surmise and speculate about why the numbers might go down. Sometimes, or other times, they go up, and we usually have no idea, right? It could be just natural fluctuation. It could be some agency had to let a lot of people go. We don't know that. It could be anything. But even if we identified the reasons, it wouldn't affect our operations. So I'm certainly open to suggestions.
It's not data mining, for example. I'll just try this. Will you take a lobbyist name and run it through a set of databases to see if indeed that lobbyist has reported all of the lobbyist clients, for example? I mean,
that would be within the lobbying unit.
But
just
on the FDS side as well.
Yes.
Right.
That would.
So, yeah, the only reason I know it is because it happened to me.
If I might jump in, I think the biggest space for this effort that we're suggesting of really improving our capability to mine data really rests in the audit and review unit of the FDS unit within the ethics division. It's those analysts who review financial disclosure statements and in conjunction with reading both what's in a statement and accessing other resources, other databases, other places where information can be gathered. The data mining refers to our capability with the appropriate technology and software of digging even deeper into sources of information to uncover where there are instances where we believe it's likely that someone is misrepresenting their outside activities, or more importantly, misrepresenting additional incomes, which may, without you know, which may impact on the tension between whatever they're doing on the outside and their primary state official duties. So it's really within the audit and review unit of the ethics division where I think we will find the greatest fruit that may be born from increased capability of managing information and then analyzing that information forensically.
Should we, and I'm just asking, I don't want to complicate things, but should we have that audit and review unit as an item on this, of your priorities, just to keep the commissioners informed from time to time what that unit is up to?
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. I would imagine that through our monthly commission meetings, Michael will be in a good position, assisted by Gareth Perrin, our Deputy Director for Audit and Review. They'll be able to regularly report to you activities that are underway within that specific unit.
Thank you.
So, Mike, you mentioned the Hogan Levels review of the book. But I think we have a special committee that's actually looking at that, right?
Yes, and I think so. I don't know how to ask this, but since I ask him the question before I ask it publicly, can I do that?
Sure.
Among yourselves.
We can talk about recommendations.
Yes, so just, okay, sorry.
Yeah. So, I mean, do we want to, should there be some correlation between this committee and that committee, or is that committee ready to move forward and make a recommendation to the board? Or will it be? I mean, you envision that committee exploring, examining the issue and making a recommendation to the full commission, independent of the ethics.
No, I think in the spirit of what we said before, if there are issues that have implications for other committees, at a minimum, it should be a chair-to-chair sort of look at that, and maybe, and if warranted, then something more involved.
And ultimately, again, it's going to go before the
Right.
But I would say that sort of as a rule of thumb, as a courtesy, at a minimum, it would be chair to chair. And then if on the basis of that, there should be something more, then I think you can make that decision and then make a recommendation to the full commission. For example, the ethics committee would like to look at any recommendations that the special committee is going to make prior to those recommendations. I don't see any of that an issue.
But I can speak to Chair Austin about that.
Yeah. I'll leave an answer.
If he doesn't, let us know. We'll lobby on your behalf.
Commissioner Austin, Commissioner Carney, Commissioner Travaglia, do you have any questions or questions? Based on what he's presented so far?
I do not, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess we're gonna have a little extra time, but I think we really need, so what should be our priorities? In terms of what should we be addressing first?
Well, I think working on the formal advisory opinion that I discussed could be a priority for the ethics unit. And also the advisory opinion to correct 1301.
I do have a question. We have, Michael, you're the director of ethics, and we have two deputy directors, one for ethics, one for yes. How many staff people are under those three positions?
I'm not sure because I'm still getting a grasp of FDS training. I really, as associate counsel and deputy director of ethics, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day operations of those units. So now I'm getting up to speed on those operations.
Yeah, let me try to address that, being the sort of past president of ethics. So there are four units within the ethics division: advice and guidance, financial disclosure, education and training, audit and review. Within advice and guidance, that's really made up of the associate counsel, however many of those we have on staff. And for several years now, we've been understaffed in that unit. I'll put that out there. Within the FDS unit, and so ideally, within the advice and guidance unit, we ought to have 4 to 5 attorneys who are actively involved in the very first instance, our attorney of the day program. So that ideally, we've got 5 line attorneys or associate attorneys, associate counsel that staff that weekly operation, which runs really 7 days a week. We receive and try to respond to inquiries for advice and guidance. 4 to 5 at a bare minimum is what we need involved in the attorney of the day program, not including members of the senior executive staff. Within the financial disclosure unit, we've got a deputy director, Melinda Funk, and then in her unit, she's got now 4 filing specialists. That makes up that unit. In the education and training unit, we are now, and frankly always have been, again, seriously understaffed in terms of being able to meet the demand for our services. We are about to post for vacancies to kind of fill that gap with not only additional training associates and training assistants, who are, with respect to the training assistants, very important services they would provide in supporting the work of the training associates. Because there's a lot of back office support that is involved in the whole delivery of training from within this commission. So we are looking to immediately fill the new positions that have been authorized, and hopefully the state legislature will enact a budget that guarantees the availability of funds necessary to increase the number of training associates, training assistants, and trainers. We have an immediate need to increase our staffing with respect to training because of now the just announced early retirement of someone on staff. So there have been as many as 3 people, including the deputy director, in that education and training unit. And again, that's a number that's woefully inadequate and only getting worse as the minutes go by. Within the audit and review unit, another unit that has historically been understaffed in terms of being able to meet the increasing needs to dive deeper into the information that gets reported to us, that gets disclosed to us, that our analysts pore over to try to see not just what is being reported, but what is not being reported that should have been reported. That takes a lot of staff time with respect to both the targeted reviews that are undertaken and the sort of random reviews that get undertaken on a regular basis by the staff within that audit and review unit. Right now, I think in addition to the deputy director, there have been as many as 4 analysts. We are now literally down to 1, with the second analyst out on an extended family leave. So again, an area where we've been understaffed for years, which only results in our inabilities to keep up with the work, and thereby, facing backlogs. So we've got 4, but need more. We've got 2, but we've got 4 spaces, but we only have 2 bodies. So again, an area that needs immediate ramping up. And then what have I forgotten? Advice and guidance, financial disclosure, education and training, and audit review. So I think I've covered each of the 4 units within the ethics division.
And let me add that the audit and review function is shared between lobbying and ethics, FDS. So they're working in both components. In the staffing plan, the existing staffing plan calls for a total of 9 auditors and analysts without expansion. But that's filling the vacancies that exist in addition to the deputy director of that unit. And we're in the process of trying to fill those vacancies now.
And additionally, on that same point, again, the education and training unit also supports both ethics training as well as lobbying training.
And would you say then this new proposed staffing plan takes a big step in addressing what historically has been a lack of capacity in the areas you just discussed?
I sure would. It begins to get us there.
So I guess one of the charges of the new commission was to review all the advisory opinions. So I know what you said, it was like 353. 353. So you've identified a couple that we should look at. What process do you think we should be using to take a look at the rest of them and see if there are any changes?
We've thought about that a lot, and I mean, it's a massive amount of information to get a grasp on. I mean, one way is by looking at this book. This is the JCO guide to all the laws that we enforce and how the advisory opinions have interpreted them and applied them. This was issued in 2019, but there were no major changes in ethics laws since that time. We also have in the office a spreadsheet that we've created that includes summaries of all the advisory opinions. And it's a Word document. You can search it. That could be helpful. And if anyone wants that, I'd be happy to provide that.
But the plan is to provide an analysis topically of the advisory opinions and get to the core of what collectively they represent on each major topic area. And as Michael said, using the 2019 guide as kind of the backbone for doing that. And that we think is as good a way as any, maybe probably superior to any of the others, of presenting what these opinions represent generally, and allowing commissioners to make a judgment about whether they're satisfied with them, Michael's identified a couple of shortcomings and maybe inconsistencies in the interpretations. And the commission can consider whether there's any need for change. The prior statute PIRA called for the same kind of review. And reportedly it was completed then to the satisfaction of the commission. So we're kind of picking up some extent where they left off, although the statute requires a fresh look. And I would put that up with all the other top priorities that we have for getting things done.
So do you have an anticipated date when that information might be available to the committee?
We have an aspirational date where we're thinking in terms of,
That's a good term. That's a good term.
the aspiration being to combine perhaps with, it's not the annual report, a one-year review for the agency. It could be, a challenge to do it in that kind of timeframe because as Michael's pointed out, there are quite a few advisory opinions and they're not just on the ethics side. We also have lobbying opinions. I think they're give or take 100 on the lobbying side. 78. 78. So it's still an appreciable number that we have to look at, as well as looking at the consistency of the statutes.
Any members of the committee have any other questions or comments? We'll give you back 10 minutes.
Thank you. We like to take it. Now, may I ask if we can just move to the next committee since we have, and then just keep going unless people really flag, and then we can finish early, assuming we don't get too involved with the next two.
Okay, all right.
So, okay, no objections. Folks in Albany, okay with keep going? All right, Syracuse? Syracuse is okay there.
Snowstorm here, so I'm looking forward to attempting to get home.
Good, okay, well, we'll rock and roll.
And I'll take my lead. Take care, everybody. Get home soon.
Good.
Good.
Yeah. Well, like,
Hope everything goes well.
thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, yeah.
Say that again.
Okay.
Yes, so Commissioner Cardoza, and thank you, Commissioner James and committee.
Okay, the Communications Committee, composed of Commissioners Edwards, James, and Carabello, and myself. So the meeting to order. And like to review the staff priorities as outlined, but as I see it, there are three immediate issues that I don't think will require too much discussion. I think we should deal with them first and end up with the members of the board that I circulated. And the first item that I thought we should try to reach a quick consensus on. I directed to first welcome Public Information Officer DeSantis, who I believe is on the call.
She is.
And I want to welcome her.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Well, she and I have had a couple of conversations and we welcome you. I don't mean at all to cut you out of the discussion. I assume you're a little bit, don't have quite as much input as to what's been going on in this commission as some of the other people who've spoken, but please don't hesitate to give us your views and suggestions. But as I said, I'd like to first discuss quickly with the committee the open meetings law legislative strategy. Because I think we've all paid lip service to understand in the abstract, it leaves the open meetings law. I should point out, to remind everyone, there is a session on this coming Thursday at 10 o'clock where there's going to be a presentation on the open meetings law by, always forget her name.
Shoshana Bulay.
What's her title?
She's the executive director of the Committee on Open Government.
And so she's going to be educating us on what the law is today. So I hope everyone, and this is a virtual meeting that we've all gotten a notice for. And I think will help us decide what to do. But by way of background, immediate background, I think we all recognize the basic requirements of the open meetings law, and in particular, the existing requirement that while we can all meet virtually, we have to make make it available. Our meetings must be available physically to the public. And so if we wanted to have a quick half an hour meeting of the committee, we would still have to make arrangements for people to physically attend, even though they could watch virtually. And that is a requirement that is in the law today, and is obviously making it very impractical for us to deal with that. And so I think we would all like to, the open meetings law, people can argue the pros and cons, but certainly seems to be an unnecessary component. And so I think there's a quick consensus we'd like to change that. The question is how to do that from a legislative point of view. Some of the good government groups have already put in their position saying that it should be amended the way I just outlined. And I think the immediate question is, what, if anything, we should do about that now, as distinct from waiting until the budget is passed and particularly the governor's office can focus on that. And I think we should try to reach a quick agreement on that. Sandy, do you want to add anything to that?
I will say that we do have proposals. We've looked at some prior proposals that have been made with respect to amending the statute to facilitate committee meetings, at the very least, in a way that ensures public access virtually to any session conducted in a meaningful way. And we anticipate, once the budget process has been completed, seeking legislative support for our proposals.
I think the only question, please interrupt me, members of the committee, is whether we should generate some discussions now, at least with the good government groups that have expressed support for us, and any other groups, including legislators, that we should speak to before the budget is passed, because obviously, while the second floor is occupied with the budget, it doesn't mean that the day the budget hopefully is passed on April 1st, that they're going to turn to us right away. And so should we be moving forward now rather than just waiting until the second floor wants to act? Claudia, Seymour, have any colleagues, have any thoughts?
I think the earlier we lay a foundation for this, the better. So I would recommend making emphasis to speak with legislators now, knowing that because it's not going to be part of the budget, but certainly we'll have it in the back of their mind while they work on the budget, and then we can amplify those efforts, after the budget is passed, in hopes of having it passed in the legislative session.
I agree.
And of course, then the question is, well, we've had a couple of positive indications from the Assembly or the Senate, I forget who.
The Senate.
The Senate.
Yeah.
And should we, working with particularly Sandy and his staff, I think no reason not to start that tomorrow, so to speak.
And I think it's probably fair to say, I think, just through sort of casual, informal conversations, that the second floor, as you all referred to it, is probably going to be okay with this approach as well when it comes to addressing the open meetings law, particularly as it relates to committees. So I think let's rock and roll.
Okay, I think I can talk to Sandy about this separately. That's fine. So that's the first aspect of the open meetings law.
I just want this, and I don't know if this is going to be covered this, but I think there has been some outreach already, but from the good government groups to try to get our position, there.
Yes.
And no changes. So I thought that was very positive, and you got that together. So.
Now, the next issue on the open meetings law deals with compliance, and we referred to it briefly with Len's committee. And I think this is more difficult, and there's a number of legal issues involved as to how you interpret the open meetings law. So I think another soon, but not now, is probably a better time to go into that, as to, in particular, how much of this is appropriate to handle in executive session rather than in an open meeting.
Yeah, I think it would be difficult to, just because of the technology in the short period of time, to be going in and out of open session for purposes of this meeting. But I think there will be an opportunity at the next commission meeting, certainly, which isn't that far off, to address those issues.
Is that all right with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. The third immediate issue is just to spend a minute on the public meeting that's is scheduled for March 29. That this is a new provision in the statute. That's correct. This is the first time the Ethics Commission has had a public meeting. I think Sandy and his staff have done a terrific job in writing a letter. How many people do we end up selling?
It's a large number. I don't have the final count, but it's more than 200.
More than 200 people, and we've encouraged that. And I think personally that that's very important, consistent, with what we want to do to get as much input as we can. I think, and has left the letter, ask people to comment on the various relevant laws. And meeting is scheduled for 10 to 2 at New York Law School. And also suggest people can submit written comments and can participate remotely. So we don't yet know how many people signed up, so to speak. But how should we act as the commission? Should we just be sitting there listening? Or should we take the opportunity to respond, to ask questions of people? I want to be careful that everyone who wants to speak can speak. But any suggestions, and maybe start with Emily, if you have any thoughts as to how we should handle ourselves, how the commissioners should handle themselves at the meeting.
What's the format? I mean, are the commissioners seated in the front, facing the audience, or are they interspersed within?
We'll set up tables and a dais. It may be in 2 tiers, but we'll have a dais at the front and a speaker's podium.
Okay.
And then we'll have screens, speakers, et cetera, for remote participants who can either go to the Albany office or can come into the meeting from home.
And I would urge everybody, to the extent possible, if they can be at the meeting physically so that the general public can see that we're all participating. That may not be completely practical, but I think to the extent we can, we should do that. Emily, do you have any suggestions on this meeting?
Sure. I can speak to my experience with past public hearings that I've planned and been involved in, various regulations, including on hydrofracking was a big issue. So typically, it's been my experience that the agency, or in your case, the commissioners holding the meeting, would do a brief introduction about the purpose of the meeting and what people would be commenting on. So just, like a short 10-minute presentation in the beginning. And then as people are submitting their comments or coming, taking their time to speak during their time window, you're really listening, active listening, nodding, but not getting into a back and forth because, with their 5-minute or 3-minute or however many minute time limit usually you put in to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. You want them to be able to provide as much feedback as possible. So typically in the public meetings I've been in, there's not been a back and forth, but it's been an overview of what's happening and then listening to all the comments that are coming in.
So if there's specific comments that are made, should we try to address them? Should we ignore them? Should we say we'll get back to them? Any suggestions as to how to handle that?
So usually, people are there to express their opinions on things, and it's not necessarily like a question and answer session. So a response is not typically expected. So a thank you for your comments when their time is up, and then you bring on the next person. What I have done in some cases too is if there are questions, you jot those down and you can develop like a frequently asked questions document after the fact. So you can say email out to everybody who registered, or even the bigger group that we invited and say, thank you so much for your interest in the hearing. Here's a frequently asked questions document that we put together based on what came up at the hearing, just if you wanted to get some information out after hearing what people had to say.
And who should Sandy or Fred stand up at either the beginning and or the end of the meeting to make a brief statement?
Yes. Yes, I would think so, yes.
All right.
I like the idea of those. I know it could be problematic not to be responsive. I'm not comfortable sitting there for almost 5 hours and not responding to anything.
One of the problems is we may not have enough time. If we end up with a dialogue, we don't really know yet what that will be. So how do we handle that from a practical matter? And we have, of course, be careful if we are answering that we're doing it accurately.
I just wonder if we, could ask clarifying questions of speakers. And we'd have to be disciplined ourselves. We'd also have to make sure time limits were on the answers that the speakers gave to our questions, because that could present an opportunity for people to go on and on. But I agree with Commissioner Edwards' sentiment that it could be seen as well, yeah, I don't think I'll use that one, but it could be seen as if we didn't particularly, that we were there just because we had to be, as opposed to because we're really interested in what you have to say if we didn't engage somewhat. So I know we have to be careful with it, but and we can talk about it more obviously before we get to, it's 2 weeks away. But I agree with Commissioner Edwards' sentiment that we should, at least in some way, engage with the public.
What about we use our technology to field our questions to you and our potential responses to you and Sandy?
I don't see why you as a commissioner shouldn't ask a question.
No one.
Michael, Commissioner Ayers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, thanks. And I know I'm not on the committee, so feel free to just tell me to move along. But sort of picking up on Commissioner Edwards's point, yeah, I think I've been in some public hearings where we all plan to sit quietly, but there's a question like, who appointed you people anyway? You can't just not answer that. It's a 4-word answer, right? And it looks really weird if you don't. I also think that, if we run out of time, it's also a little bit weird to say, I'm sorry, we answered some questions. As a result, we ran out of time. We'll schedule another day. Like if there's a bunch more people that want to be heard, we can schedule another day of the hearing, right? That's within our power. There's nothing that limits us to 1 day of hearing. So I would be in favor of, I completely agree with what everybody's saying. Let's make sure to be concise. Let's channel, maybe, I love the idea of channeling the questions to Fred and Sandy so that, we don't go on as I certainly am prone to doing. But I'm also very, I would much rather see us schedule multiple days for the hearing than have people going away feeling like they came to feel like they'd been heard by the commission, and instead they just got a lot of blank faces and they said their piece and they didn't. I've seen that happen before, and it's been very, very damaging to some of the bodies that I've been associated with. I think that they felt like they came not for a dialogue, it's a hearing, it's for them to talk, but to get some acknowledgement that they'd been heard. My other question, just for the committee to consider, is I would be very grateful for some guidance on commissioners' communication with media. I think there will be a lot of interest in this hearing, and I don't know if that's on your agenda, but I think it would be useful if we had a sense as a group of
We're getting to that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And of course, part of this is going to depend upon people who sign up in advance, and we should know a couple of days beforehand how much time that will be. And we'll be able to, in effect, rehearse ourselves at that point in time. If we have
a question in relation to that, Michael. So no one who signed, if you don't sign up, you don't speak. Is that correct?
Well, that's going to be the issue. If someone raises his or her hand, and there's time. If there's no time, I think there's a justification for saying sorry. And as Isaiah said,
really help. Oh, I would say if the plan was, if all slots are not taken,
Got it.
then we would allow individuals to make a request, on the day or as the proceeding is ongoing, and let them know. So we can slot them in and we know who's coming next in the sequence.
but I gather the consensus is that we certainly should make an opening statement, Fred or Sandy. We should not ignore, we should keep in mind the timing aspects of this. But if we're asked a direct question, or have a direct question asked, subject to the timing considerations, we should either one of them, or if it's directly directed to Claudia, then she would answer the question. That a fair summary?
I just wonder, do we have something in place like for people going over without, us being rude or cutting people off?
Lock or a bell.
Well, these people are always so reasonable. I'm sure we can depend upon them to count.
Okay. And we did, we have a time limit.
Yeah, we should put a time.
Okay.
Yeah, we can get a time with one of those yellow lights and red lights.
Yeah.
In my experience is even with that, it will require some intervention.
Is there any attempts to have statements or questions submitted beforehand, or?
Well, we encourage people to, if they didn't intend to show up, to submit their statements.
But not,
But they submit in advance so we can review them.
We ask for statements, comments, or written testimony.
okay, so not questions, so
No, the
people
statute-
coming on the.
Yeah, the statute doesn't call for, a question session per se, excuse me. So we're keeping it to the statutory requirement.
Okay. All right, now, anything else on the public meeting? Now, the rest of the agenda that I circulated really goes to the overall issue of what is our communications policy should be. And I don't know, I have listed some things, but Mr. Sanders, you want to start with what your thoughts should be as to what we should be focusing on?
I'm sorry, was that directed to me?
Yes, I'm sorry, Emily. Yes.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about my priorities. So the first thing I want to work on is a comprehensive communications plan that is much more proactive in nature than what has historically been done by the commission. We need vehicles to get our messages out and our key priorities to allow the public to know what it is that we do and who the commission is. And right now we don't have a lot of vehicles to do that. So enhancing the ways that we can get our message out proactively through social media, newsletters, listservs, editorial board meetings, meetings with stakeholders, op-eds, creating information that's easy to understand, like a one-page series of one-page fact sheets on the various different components of the commission in a visually appealing way. So that's my first kind of priority, is to put that all in place. Second is to create a common look and feel for everything the commission does, with branding that also communicates the commission's values, and lets people know kind of in a snapshot what the commission's all about. So the first step with that would be getting a logo, which we're working with OGS to do that right now, to get some draft design ideas that we'll certainly share with all of you. And then to take that and create templates that have the same look and feel for our newsletters, for our e-blasts, for PowerPoints, for the various communications coming out of the commission. So everyone will know that's the public, or excuse me, that's a colleague, and this is what they're all about. So that would be going forward. And then finally, to provide a sense of excellent customer service to our customers, right? So I think one of the things that was very helpful that was done before I got on board was the web training for reporters on how to access the lobbying data online, and that was successful. So more types of training like that for interested parties, maybe not only reporters, but interested parties who access that data, so that they have a better understanding of how to do that. Looking at our website and seeing how we can just make it more user-friendly for folks to navigate what's in there, making sure that it reflects our priorities, not just all the data that we have on there, but what the commission's priorities are and what their values are, to make sure that's front and center. And then coming up with a way to be as transparent as possible when we're responding to media inquiries, because we all know there are some instances where we can't provide comment because we're legally told we cannot do so. But perhaps there's data we could provide, or at the very minimum, we should be explaining why we cannot comment, that we are precluded by law or regulation, and citing that information. So in my 4 days on the job, those are the things that I that I came up with as priorities for me, kind of from jumping in and hitting the ground running. So I'm happy to get your feedback and eager to get your feedback and your thoughts as well.
Well, I think what you just said is overwhelming. From what I understand was the case before 4 days ago. The press was not able to understand our website. We had no social media approach at all. And what you're saying, and that certainly sounds right to me, is a tremendous step forward. I invite other comments in that regard.
Here.
And thank you. Do you want to describe, you said you had a meeting with the press on the website?
I did not. That was before my time. I don't know if Carol's still on. Carol actually did that training. I don't know if Carol's able to log on and talk a little bit about that.
He's here.
She's here.
Great.
I'm coming. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Sorry to put you on the spot during my committee.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I heard my name, so I'm getting myself off on mute. So Marlena Diaz, who is the person who unfortunately is stuck up on a hill with no power and lots of snow, and I did a tutorial for the press a couple weeks ago, I'd say, to show them the public search query, which is what you guys have been talking about throughout the day a little bit when you talk about data mining. The PSQ is the lobbying version of data mining. So all the lobbying filings are very searchable through the public search query function. We've done a lot of work on that. And so we had a tutorial to show the press really how to get timely, accurate information about who's lobbying who, how much money they're spending, how, if they want to know who's lobbying on a specific bill, we showed them how to do that. how to find that out. If we wanted to know who lobbied a certain person, or if you have a name of someone, you know they're a lobbyist and you're wondering what they're lobbying on, we showed them how to find that information. And, you know, we've been having a dialogue since with some other questions, and we're trying to keep we're trying to always improve the public search function, although I really think it's excellent, and it's vastly improved from what it used to be back in like 2018. But we have and we had a lot of the main players, high level media that came to the tutorial. So we think it was a really successful event. And I think it's the start of a really great dialogue to try and figure out what information they want, because we would love, we're always trying to make sure that the information's there, because that's our whole mission, is to make sure that the public knows who's lobbying who and can find the data that they need. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. But we did do a pretty good show and tell tutorial a couple weeks ago, myself and Marlena Diaz.
Thank you. I think that really sounds very exciting, along with, at least my own opinion, that reaching out, taking the initiative, going on social media, maybe having a monthly newsletter or something, or at least, when there's an occasion, having an op-ed either by you or by Fred or Sandy. I think it's really a very good idea. Any comments on it?
Yeah, we've done some, extended interviews as well.
Right.
Which are posted.
Now, the flip side of this, though, is what do individual commissioners do with respect to speaking out or answering their questions? Or do they say, ask the press office, and, how do we handle that issue? Liz, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So I'm happy to help and assist in any way. If you get an inquiry or a reporter reaches out to you, I'm happy for you to refer them to me, and I can call them and find out, what their questions are, what their story's about, and then we can have a conversation about, how you want to proceed going forward, whether you want the press office to handle it, or if you say, oh no, this is an issue I really want to talk about, and I can help assist with that. So if you want me to kind of do the legwork so that if in fact you do get on the phone with a reporter, or you say, no, you can go ahead and let the agency handle it, that's fine, so you have all the information going into it, and you're not just kind of caught off guard, and you're not thinking about it, that a reporter calls you. I'm happy to assist in any way.
I think that's something we should be thinking about down the road a little bit.
We have no policy.
And we perhaps want to develop a policy on that, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, good idea.
That's right. Now, Sandy, you suggested that we want to take a look at an existing regulation, section 941.16. You want to talk about that?
No, the regulation addresses communications policy of the commission in those instances in which we're receiving inquiries, typically receiving inquiries, as opposed to proactively putting information out there, in instances where confidentiality may apply to some of the information that's being sought. So typically, under the statute, it's now in executive law, section 94, sub 11, complaints received, status of investigations, and so on. It's confidential information. There are instances in which an investigation has become public. Excuse me. There may be a reason in the public interest for the commission to confirm that a matter is still pending, that we've received a complaint, or that a matter has been closed. And the statute, the regulation rather, provides a series of criteria for determining whether, in the judgment of staff of the executive director, the matter is such that it would be in the public interest to confirm the status of the matter. It's also broader in defining the circumstances in which the commission itself might decide the public interest calls for. disclosure of otherwise confidential information.
So that's something that we should add to our agenda to study, I would think.
Yeah, and the question is whether you want to retain that in the statute, whether you want to modify it, expand it, or alter it in some way.
Okay. And you then listed, I think I covered everything except the last item about FOIL processes. And do you want to expand it all on what you think?
Yeah, at the upcoming commission meeting in public session, we'll have a proposed body of FOIL regulations to begin a rulemaking. The statute calls for every agency to have a body of regulations for dealing with FOIL requests. And so that's our proposal. Up to now, Michael Sand, has been acting as our records access officer under FOIL, one of those exceedingly important, but thankless tasks that staff have to. But it's an important function. It's an important part of the transparency of the agency. And we are trying to ensure that we have resources sufficient to be timely in responding to requests. You know, and in some instances, we can't see, they can see us. In some instances, the request is simply outside the statute, or it's for information that we can't provide, or it's going to require a substantial amount of time to determine what, if anything, we have that's responsive to it. And so part of the work of the records access officer is to get back to the requester within a timely timeframe and let them know what the estimated response time is going to be, and ultimately to provide it. You know, this is something that had not previously been budgeted for, so we're trying to account for that now.
And it hadn't previously, if it hadn't been a requirement of our predecessor agency, is that
correct? The prior agency was specifically exempted, both from the open meetings law and from FOIL. The prior agency did have a policy and a regulation governing access to records that the statute calls for us to produce, such as financial disclosure statement information. That's not on the website, but can be requested.
Something I think to add to our agenda.
Yeah, and we have some overlap now, right, because we do have the records access request regs, and we will be proposing FOIL regs as well.
Now, one other issue I thought we should talk about is, I'm sorry, Woody.
You mentioned that it's a full-time job for you, and now it's attached to all the other things that you have to do. My question is, are you staffing up in your new plan to increase capacity? Will this position be dedicated to a full-time person?
I don't think we'll ever have the luxury of having a full-time records access officer. Because I think our needs are such that it'll be a shared responsibility, but I think it'll be managed with a little bit of hyperbole.
Yeah, I don't think we really, it's not a member dedicated to records access.
Michael is an extraordinary person, so of course he can do many things simultaneously, but even a normal human being could.
What about priority is to give public access to, our main constituent, then it should be readily available. And your budget reflects your priorities.
We do have to worry about the negative inferences will inevitably be drawn if we're slow in responding to a FOIL request. If the slowness is justified or the clearly not subject to FOIL, that's an answer that can be given. But seems to me we have to take a look at.
Yeah, and you have to understand FOIL ripples through the entire agency. That's true in any organization any governmental body that's subject to FOIL. Because it's not just the records information officer, they're the point in responding to the request. But in the operating units, individuals have to identify and determine whether or not there are records that are responsive to the request.
And that's under our jurisdiction. In other words, you think we have to capture information from other agencies?
No, well, other divisions. No. It means when the records access officer gets a request, the records access officer is the point. They don't go out and actually look through the files themselves. They have to contact, if it's a request for lobbying information or financial disclosure information, or something having to do with administration. They have to contact that unit, and that unit has to then take time, assign a person to respond to that request. So it has implications throughout the organization. It's not solely the records access officers' responsibility.
But I'm just saying, is there value in having, since it's such a priority for us, does it make sense to have someone dedicated to coordinating all of that?
Yeah, there will be. We have to designate a records access officer. Doesn't have to be their exclusive job. So yes, the statute calls for it, and we will always have a designated records access officer. We also have to have a designee to deal with any appeals. If the requester isn't satisfied with the response, they have a right to appeal that determination within the agency. So we have to provide that mechanism as well.
Anything, Liz, you want to add to that?
Emily.
Sorry, Emily. On the record access officer's role?
I was a record access officer in my previous role, along with many other things that I did. So I concur that it does not need to be a sole person assigned to that. And it really does fall on the burden of the agency as a whole, because the program sections are the areas that have the expertise and the data and the requests. So it's a coordination role, I think, largely of, acknowledging when the record comes, or the request for records comes in, making sure that deadlines are being met to get back to the requester.
Now, there's one issue that came up in the course of our discussion earlier today, and that is, what role, if any, should this committee and the communications office be playing with respect to lobbying? And so articulating, for example, to the legislature, the priorities of the commission in one area or another. If the legal committee, for example, comes up with a recommendation that they think that the law should be changed in X, Y, or Z form, does it then fall on this committee, the communications office? Where do we draw the lines, or who has the responsibility? Something I hadn't really thought of.
And this is our chair to put it on us, but I'm sure if we can figure it out when we think about the different committees and how they overlap, and whether it's more expedient for a committee dealing with that issue directly to address the legislative push for it, or to lobby for it. But I guess we'll see. I heard you say that we should be doing that.
I think we can get some muscle memory if one committee's doing it, as opposed to being, in terms of interacting with the legislature, working with our director of communications. Emily, I hope I got your title right. And as opposed to every committee going to the legislature with particular items.
And so maybe that's a chair-to-chair thing.
Exactly.
Emily, did you do that when in your prior job? Talk to the legislature after there was a consensus of a need for some?
I did not. We had a director of government relations, but I worked hand in glove with her in developing what we called kind of rollout plans and strategies, and how to approach not only the legislature, but like we talked about previously, like good government groups, other stakeholders that might have a hand in also either advancing the legislation or have a position on the legislation that we might want to seek out as well. So I've definitely been involved and working on the whole strategy, not necessarily being the one to call up, the chair of the relevant committee to have the discussion, but definitely been involved.
And do you have, or are you hopefully going to get a staff that's going to work with you?
I am hopefully going to get a staff, yes. The approved staffing plan.
I tried to ask the way you asked me.
It's going to be a fully staffed department. Fine.
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the things, I mean, we may want to think about is working with Emily to get Communications Committee Chair, maybe the Commissioner Chair, Commission's Chair, the Executive Director, and others, prep to go to the Capitol, to go to the legislature with these issues. And it won't be a burden on the office itself, but will play a organized and strategic active role in engaging legislators as appropriate.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
So I guess my last question for the committee is, what have we left out that we should be covering? Any further thoughts of things we should be focusing on in this committee?
I think you identified the issues we need to look at.
Emily, do you have any other thoughts of things we haven't touched on that we should be thinking about?
Not at this time, but I reserve the right to come back with some later.
You granted. Any other business that we should raise at this time? Well, we will follow up, be sure we're ready for the March 29 public meeting. We'll all attend the open meetings law educational session, and we'll continue to worry about how we deal with it, as well as talking about how we lobby effectively to change it. So, if anyone else has any other business with this committee, I think we're included.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Emily,
Emily,
and welcome
thank you.
again.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And are we ready to move to our last committee of the day? Commissioner Carney, are you ready? And Carol, Quinn, are you all ready to take us through our last session?
Yes.
Can
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon.
And Ed, we're having a bit of a time hearing you.
Okay.
That's better. That's better.
Now,
We're going to raise the volume here. Oh, just 1 second, please.
is it me on my end, you think?
Very faithfully.
It is on your end, yeah.
We can raise it here too.
Try it now.
And try it now.
How about now?
That's better.
I can speak because this is pretty loud, but can you hear me?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the lobbying committee. As you know, my name's Edward Carney. I'm the chair. We have two members, Commissioners Groenwagen and Ham. And I think with us today, we have Carol Quinn, the Director of Lobbying, and I think Megan Matullo, the Deputy Director of Lobbying, as well as Christina Maffey, Director of Statutory Filings. So at this time, if there's no objection, I'd like to turn it over to Carol Quinn, just to give us an overview on, in her view, what the staff priorities are. Carol?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Everyone can hear me. I'll proceed. So I just want to give you a brief, I know I did some trainings with all of you, but I want to give you a brief kind of description of what we do, because I think it's important to know what we do before we get to our priorities. So, you know, we're in charge of administering and enforcing the Lobbying Act, and the Lobbying Act and the provisions within that, and also the provisions that in our regulations all relate about to transparency. It's all about making sure the public knows who's lobbying who. And so our mission, and my view of the mission of the lobbying unit, is to ensure that lobbyists and clients disclose information that's in a way that's specific enough that the public, the press, interested groups know exactly who the players are, what they're lobbying about, who they're lobbying, and how much money they're spending doing it. So that's the mission as I see it. is trying to ensure that that happens, and that's what our unit does. So to kind of achieve that goal and in line with that mission, we've done a number of things in the past few years that kind of form the foundation for where we are today. Back in 2019, we drafted the first ever lobbying regulations. New York State did not have them before. We just had the statute. They are one of the most comprehensive in the country. We did a ton of outreach at the time, probably about a year's worth of outreach before we even initiated the rulemaking process back. So we did that more like in 2017, 2018. And then these regulations were first effective January 1, 2019. And then after we sat with them for a bit and we had the community use regs and we sat with it for a bit, we in 2021 made some revisions, provide more clarity when we thought clarity was needed. So we have the regulations. That was a big piece. At the same time, in 2019, we also created a new online lobbying application to go hand in hand with the new regulations. So the lobby application captured the information that the regulations set forth. And at the same time, I was just talking about the public search query. We also completely revamped and retooled the public search function. It's much better, much improved compared to what it was back in 2018 and before. So those are the three main things we've done to kind of have a foundation to work from. Commissioner, can you hear me okay, Commissioner Carney?
Yep. Yes, I can. Can you hear me better?
Okay. I was just checking that. Okay. So, and the two things that we've been working on kind of since has been kind of improving, enhancing the lobby application since that time, as well as the public search function, anything we can do. So those are the three kind of main things we've done and kind of the foundation for us. So the other thing I will see if I can do is share, well, I'm not sure I can. I don't know if you guys have the staffing chart, but the lobbying unit, it's just important to know who works in the lobbying unit, how many people do we have. So we have about 13 that work right in the lobbying unit. Up until very recently, a couple weeks ago, we had 7 filing specialists in either help desk or the 3 main filings, the registration unit, the client familiar unit, and the bi-monthly report unit. So those were, and we just recently hired 2 more who've been here a couple weeks, and we're hoping to hire a 3rd. So we had 7. We're hoping to have, we have 9 now. 2 are being trained right now, and hopefully a 3rd. So eventually, we'll have a fully trained and working unit of 10 people reviewing filings. We also have 1 filing specialist who works in the late fee program. She handles all of the late fees. So, when the filings are late, we hand out notices and assess late fees. We have 1 person that does that. We also have 1 person who handles the discrepancy program, I'm going to call it. Amy does that, and she handles, so discrepancies, what I mean by that is a discrepancy between the compensation disclosed by a lobbyist on their filing versus their client, and there could be a discrepancy there. And so she handles that. If there's unregistered lobbying, the potential for unregistered lobbying, she will send out those letters. She also kind of spearheads the gathering of data for the annual report, which every year will indicate how much lobbying or how much money was spent on lobbying in a given year, what the top 10 lobbying lobbyists are, who the top clients are, and such. So she does that. And then as a more of a management layer, we have 1 person who supervises that team of 7 to 10 filing specialists. And we have Christina, who is on here now. I don't think she's on screen because she lost power also. So she's on a few remaining batteries of her cell phone, but she's on here, and she is the Deputy Director of Statutory Filing. So she supervises that whole filing unit. And then we have Megan, and then myself. So that's kind of who we are. And
Carol, let me
then
ask you- Carol,
before I get to my priorities, which I'm going to get to next, I don't know if anybody had a question there.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Carol, or no?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what I was amazed about was the number of filings. And then, as we had spoken a little bit about, some of the problems where there's even more filings because of the fact there might be an error or there needs to be a correction. And so I guess one thing that comes to my mind is, how can we make it easier for the folks that have to file? In other words, either by, simplifying this or educating them. And then in turn, my guess would we would have less filings because there'd be less corrective or amended filings. And maybe it might be a little more efficient because I know that you've been down some staff and, there's an awful lot of work to do.
Yes, correct. So generally speaking, we've been handling about 65,000 filings a year for those group of 7 for the most part. And that includes registrations, the client's and annual reports, the bi-monthly reports, and any amendment to it. So if there's a change in compensation, if there's an additional individual lobbyist who's working on that, they'll submit amendments. We also get a lot, and I mean a lot of inquiries, about 35,000. Of that 35,000, a lot of those are just like, how do I file something? How does this work? Of that, there's about 275 to 300 like legal questions that we get. We also issue about 30 or so e-blasts or publications. We have detailed instructions on our website about how to file each report. We generally do 1, maybe 2 trainings a year about lobbying. I do those, to different interested groups. And then we just we also assess, about 500 and something thousand a year late fees. And then we just launched the training initiative recently, just in January. So, and we worked with ITS to handle that. So yeah, one of our priorities and the first priority on our list is ongoing improvements to the lobby application. So the lobby application, like I said, it was first launched in 2019. It's a really good application. It is very streamlined. It does have, and Christina was going to give you a demonstration of this, but unfortunately she's not able to because of the power outage. But to show you a little bit of how it's streamlined and how when, for example, you'll have a registration and then that lobbyist now has to do a bi-monthly report. A lot of the information is already in your bi-monthly report. You don't have to duplicate that effort. If you have one bi-monthly to the next and you've lobbied on a certain bill, it will carry over to the next bi-monthly report that you have to submit, and all you have to do is hit a checkbox and say, yep, we're still lobbying on that, or you don't. But it is streamlined. We've also put in a bunch of improvements that I can get into in detail in a minute if you'd like. But our main priority right now is to continue to improve the application. But one of the things that the application currently is not handling, that is our main priority number 1, is contract terminations. The lobby application is meant and designed to handle a termination of a lobbying relationship, lobby-client relationship, and it should be able to be done through the application. The amount of coding and IT work that requires is significant, but we've done a lot of work on that, and we are fairly close to launching that, and that is our main goal right now as far as getting something done in the lobby application. If we get that done, it will help with a lot of things. It will help with streamline the process for filers. It will help with transparency. It will help with staff workload as well.
Yeah. So Carol, if I understand it correctly, when a contract for lobbying is terminated, there's an obligation to file that. And if it isn't filed correctly or it's not done at all, then these other obligations relative to bi-monthly reporting or the client semi-annual reporting will pop up, and it will appear that somebody may be not in compliance. Did I understand that right when we spoke?
Correct. I mean, Christine, I don't know if you're listening and have anything to add on that, but well, I'll let you speak first and then I'll say what I was going to say.
Christina?
Can you hear us? Maybe she's not on. We can't hear you if you are.
Yeah, I don't see that before I saw that there was, I don't see.
Okay. I'll keep going. That's fine. If she can jump in, she can. So, right. It would help with all of the things that you just mentioned if we can get that working and automated in such a way. We are able to provide the public with a termination list, and we can provide that information so you'll know if a contract is still viable between one lobbyist and a client.
I'm so sorry. I'm here if you want to weigh in.
Yes. Christina, did you hear the question from?
I did hear the question, and yes, he understood that perfectly. It puts more manual work on our staff because it will appear to us that one of those reports has not been filed. So then we go after that filer and say, hey, you need to file it, and which they're coming back at us and saying, no, I don't, it terminated. So it's just a lot more back and forth between us and the filers that really could be taken away when we get these contract terminations in place.
So Christine, is it more that the filer is ignoring the obligation to terminate and we might need to educate them? Or is it more that it's the system is not user friendly and it's not properly registered? When
I think that right now, I think that it's the system. The filers have gotten extremely used to going in there now and being able to do almost everything in there. So I think for them to have to contact us via email or reach out to us, with a letter, something in writing that tells us that their relationship has terminated, just puts more onus on them. So yeah, I think we'll see a big difference when we get this going in the lobbying application.
Yeah, is there anything?
Looks like Carol is talking. Carol, Carol is talking and Christine is talking.
We're not hearing Carol.
But we're not hearing Carol. Carol, are you talking to us?
Are you muted? Carol?
She's going on.
You can't hear us.
I will text her and let her know that we can't hear her.
Looks like it's really interesting.
See if I can get her.
Think we need technology help?
Yeah.
She's saying something.
Well, we can.
Hope she's texting or something.
But Christine, is there any other?
Ed is asking a question. Go ahead, Ed.
Is there any other ideas or recommendations that you have on, I guess, making this easier for compliance from the filer's perspective, and then making it easier on the staff from the perspective that there's less, following up to educate late in the game, I guess.
Yes. The lobbying application has so much more that we could do with it. We created a ticket system is what we call it, where we can communicate back and forth with the filer to say, hey, something is wrong with your filing. Here's where it is. Please go in and submit an amendment. They can go in and click on their ticket in the system and say, oh, okay, here it is. And fix that. We want to be able for filers to be able to pay their late fees online instead of us having to manually remit thousands and thousands of dollars in filing fees, in late fees. Currently, they can pay their registration and client semi-filing fees online, but just not the late fees yet. So we want to work that in. We want the lobbying application to be a little bit more automated for filers, so that if they have left a filing in the saved status, let's say they didn't technically submit it, that the lobbying application will send them a notification and say, hey, don't forget about this. Your filing deadline's coming up, so please submit it. The filers get stuck a lot of times when they're filling out their registration. They have to give us a lot of information about the agreement or authorization letter that they have with their client. So we want to streamline that section a little bit to give them, make it a little more clear. We were calling it a wizard, kind of walk them through. I mean, I'm sure you all have used a wizard before and something, so you get what I'm saying. We want the lobbying application to send out automated notices if someone forgets to file their report, saying, the bi-monthly due date just went by. Our system sees you didn't file your report, so you have to do that. So there's many things that I think the lobbying application could help reduce the manual work that our staff has to do, as well as make life easier for the external filers.
Yeah, and Christina, is this all in the works right now? And if so, how long do you think it's going to take to implement?
Yes, it is in the works, and I'm going to say a good another couple of years. I started, doing business rules for this back in, I believe it was 2015. So it's been a work in progress since then, but we've changed so much that other priorities, come in. We had the regulations, and then we had to go back in and make changes to the lobbying application. So every time something comes up, we have to take time away from all of those enhancements that we want to do to the lobbying application to fix what needs to be fixed.
So, and one thing you should know is the consultant that we're going to be hiring through ITS will, after finishing the work on the training modules on those systems, will be available and turn back to working on the lobbying application. That's an asset we haven't had in the past, a dedicated consultant through ITS to really devote attention to that. So we're hoping that's going to make a significant difference in getting that work done and having it done consistently.
Yeah, I don't know if Carol's back with us. It sounded like she may have been.
Her audio isn't working, so she logs back off again. So she's going to try.
Back in?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Carol's audio isn't working, so she's logged on. Going to log back in. I have a question, if I might, whenever might be appropriate to ask.
It's appropriate right now. Go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. And it's two parts, but relating to the same thing, same idea, and that is we've heard from the public, the government groups and others, about those things that the commission, and I think primarily because the way the laws and the legislation is written or are written, might be missing. For example, on the recent issue, and Commissioner Cardozo referenced this earlier with Judge LaSalle, and the amount of so-called advocacy / lobbying that went on his behalf, and one could assume against him. There's sort of no way to capture, as I understand it, who funded that. So I would encourage us to take a look at that and see if there's what the implications are for this commission. Just that straightforward. The same thing was raised vis-a-vis casinos in New York City and whatever role state officials play in that. Again, maybe as I understood the little bit I read about it, which was mainly a couple of newspaper articles, there will be some reporting on the lobbying that goes on behalf of the companies trying to get casino permits in New York City. But it seems to be inadequate. Most of what is learned is perhaps well after the fact. So I would raise for fellow commissioners in this committee, as well as the legal committee and the communications committee, what are the implications of that for this commission as well? And I just put those two things out there for your committee's consideration.
Sure. Carol, are you back with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Apparently, when Christina started speaking, you couldn't hear me anymore. So I apologize. I had no idea. I was very eloquent. You just couldn't hear me.
You could tell you were very animated too.
I know. I tried. So I have no idea what you heard and you didn't hear. And I came in on you talking about whether.
What we did was I asked a number of questions, and Christina was great on issues with the application process. Where are the mistakes? Whose fault are they? How can we fix them to relieve some pressure on your staff? And in addition, get compliance in a quick and efficient way. And Christina sort of carried the ball with that. And I was also concerned about how long it was going to take to implement some of these things. Which this isn't a criticism, but I was sad to hear it's going to be a little bit of time too, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer was there, but I would say my hope, and so my focus for the lobby application, like I said, is contract terms, and I talked a bit about that. I won't repeat myself because you might have heard it. We did just hire 2 new people and hopefully a third. So we'll go from 7 to 10 people that are filing specialists. That will surely help. And we're also talking internally about switching the team around a little bit. So sometimes we have the set of people and we will just move players around a little bit to focus on one thing or another. So we have all that in play. I am hoping that the 3 new people that we already have, one we're hopefully hiring very soon. I'm hoping that really helps. And certainly that is our goal. They have to be trained, of course. So it takes a minute for them to actually be really productive with the filings review. The same people who are reviewing filings are also working on the lobby application and testing things. So like a couple of those people within that group would be doing the testing. And Christina probably mentioned all this. So, I'm hoping that we can really make progress with 3 more people. I can't guarantee it, but it is our goal. And so I was thinking that we would, as soon as the new staff comes in and is trained, it could take a few months for them to be fully productive. Then I want to give it a few months and see where we're at after that, and whether I think we need more staff or not, and give you an honest assessment at that time. I think having 3 new people really will help, and I'm hoping that will help. And then some of us, I'm hoping, can really just concentrate on getting the termination, the priorities of the lobby application, first and foremost, on the ones that will make the biggest impact. And so that's my hope. But, it is the same group of people doing the same things. We're all doing a lot of the same work. We're trying to make sure the filings are reviewed, and we get a lot of them. We're trying to finish the lobby application. The lobby application is fantastic, but it's not done yet. And so until it gets done, it's going to be a lot to work on.
How many filings do you get per week? I mean, if there's 65,000, is it generally, 1,200 or 1,300 a week? Or is it?
Well, it really depends. So I don't know that off the top of my head, but we do a filing deadline. So we get a lot. So there's a filing deadline tomorrow, March 15th, for the lobbyist bi-monthly report is due, covering each 2 months. So covering January and February of 2023. All the lobbyists have to submit bi-monthly reports by March 15th. And then there's a 7-day grace period. So we'll get them over the next week or so, and they will be timely if we get them in that time. So we get a lot of, we have busy filing periods. The busiest would be January and July because we're getting both lobbyist and client filings at the same time. But every 2 months we have a filing deadline. So it's a little bit cyclical. It's not the same every week.
And Carol, this number of 65,000, that includes corrective filings or amended filings? And again, I know this is probably a tough question to, something to answer right on the spot. But if it was streamlined and there weren't a need for a correction or amended filing, do you have a general number? Do you think those filings would be reduced to?
I'd have to think about that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hard to give you that one off the top of my head. But I'd have to think about that. But yes, it would absolutely help. And I would think it would help in a significant way. I just can't give you the figure.
There was a question from the chair, and I'm not so sure you heard it, but I was interested in, if you do know the answer about, I guess these casinos or businesses that want to start casinos in the state, and what are their reporting requirements, on behalf of the companies that, want to get a permit or want to do business in the casino arena in the state? Is it just like any other lobbyist would have to file, or is some of this going on without meeting the requirements of applying as a lobbyist?
That is hard to answer in this session, but I would say that any activity that constitutes lobbying, that meets the definition of lobbying, has to be reported. And so any entity, whatever business they're in, if they're lobbying, they would have to report it. Now, of course, as with anything, we, and this is one of the restrictions of like the public search query, for example. Of course, we are at the mercy of the filers disclosing what they're supposed to disclose. We cannot be in the room we have no way of knowing, unless we get a tip, that there's lobbying going on that we don't know about, right? So again, hard to answer that type of question in this session. But if a group is engaging in lobbying activity, they need to report it.
Okay. So they'd be subject to the rules just like any other lobbyist. And Chair, the first question that you presented that you were interested in, I missed the first part of it because I just couldn't hear you that well. Maybe you can present that and we can see if Carol has any answers or can look into it for us.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Carney. Carol, it had to do with the recent process surrounding Judge LaSalle and his nomination. And there's a good deal of conversation about the fact that groups that did advocacy / lobbying on his behalf or against him, and against him, to be more appropriate or more accurate, did not necessarily have to file as lobbyists. And so the question is, and I'm not the first to raise it, but the question that has been raised in the public discussion of that is, should not these groups have to come under the jurisdiction of this commission? And is there anything that we can do to try to study that issue and understand it better, and then propose any legislative changes should we think they're necessary in order to address the questions that have been raised?
Right. Well, so of course, I've been up on the coverage on that, and we did look at it. That gets back to what I was just saying a minute ago. The definition of lobbying. So, and I mean lobbying with a capital L. So it has to meet, lobbying is a defined activity. And so getting the advice and consent or the, Senate confirmation of a nominee or appointee is not in the list of things that constitute lobbying, because the vehicle to get that done is not legislation, resolution, executive order. So that's what that comes down to. The lobbying is a defined activity, and so it has to meet the definition of lobbying. And so there is always an analysis when asked those questions about whether something constitutes lobbying or not. Keith, did you have something?
Yeah, if I might, I just wanted to make sure that at the very least, the commissioners were informed of existing ongoing efforts in the legislature itself to address this very issue, and to make clear that the kind of advocacy that was undertaken with respect to the consideration by the state Senate of that candidate for, or that nominee as Chief Justice of the state's Court of Appeals. Both Senator Gianaris in the state Senate has introduced already legislation to expressly subject that kind of advocacy to our scrutiny by defining it as lobbying. So in effect, expanding or widening the definition of what constitutes lobbying activity. And I know that in the state assembly, Assemblyman McDonald is studying the issue as well, with the likelihood of introducing legislation in that house. And then between the two houses, we might very well see something come out of the legislature before the conclusion of its session this year in June.
Right. So that goes hand in hand. They're proposing legislation to address what I just said.
And Michael, has a question.
I think that there's a related to two related issues. As a substantive matter, what this legislation may do, you may have to register as a lobbyist if you're advocating for a candidate. Will it also cover if you're advocating against a candidate? And are we just limiting this to the Court of Appeals, or when someone is nominated to be head of the Health Commission, would that deal with it? That's a legislative issue, although we may want to consider whether it'd be helpful to have our input. The second thing, though, is we now have discussed this example, the LaSalle example, when we heard earlier reports from the Ethics Committee, the Legal Committee, the Communications Committee, and the Lobbying Committee. And so I think it highlights our need as to how those issues are divided.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, Carol, we did an awful lot with the idea of the improvements to the lobbying application and also the staffing, and I guess implicitly how we're going to address the backlogs by new employees and attempting to streamline the process so there's less problems with it and less staff that has to work on those types of projects. Would you like to pick up from there? I know that you presented probably very well, but we didn't hear you. So if you want to pick up.
Right. I think we've pretty much covered the topic that I was going to. I think we're beating a dead horse with the lobby application. So I will move on and talk about, I'll just repeat what's already been discussed previously in other committees. We are working, one of the priorities we have, and we have with ethics as well, and Michael was referring to it, or Keith, trying to have better coordination within our agency between the FDS unit and what they review and how that might impact things that lobbying would look at. So if they see something in an FDS, to make sure that that information gets to the right people in lobbying, and then vice versa. So we're actively looking at improving. You know, we certainly do have coordination between the units, but we're looking at improving that coordination even more. to make sure that things that might get detected in an FDS that we follow up in lobbying if necessary, or in Michael's group if there's an outside activity approval that might be needed, and making sure that's there, that type of thing. So that's another thing we're looking at as a priority to work on. A better flow of information, or I should say an improved flow. The other challenge we have, which, and I know the meeting has been going on a bit, so I don't know how much in detail we will get into this, but we could show it to you. We have, and I was going to pass the ball here to Megan, we do have, we're the receiver of 166 forms, and we are trying to figure out a way to make them more searchable. And, Megan can get into this quickly, but it is a problem where we get these forms which indicate when someone is paid by a client to come and meet with certain state agencies. They have to fill out these forms that they've been there. It's like an appearance form. And then we do look at it. We get those. We have our discrepancy person look and see if there's anything that looks like lobbying. She will look and see if there's a registration. We do that type of review. But for the public, it's very difficult to search them. We're given boxes of paper from agencies, or it might be on a stick. So we're looking at ways to try to automate that. And Megan, I don't know if you want to just add a little bit to that, just to flesh that out a little bit more, but that's a challenge we have.
I think you covered it. There's only 10 state agencies that are required to give us these reports, and that's in statute. So I don't know if it comes down to finding a way to work with the agencies to come up with a system to have them deliver them to us in a searchable format, or a format that can be filled in if possible with the notice of appearance attached. So we need to explore the different options to find a way to actually make them more usable for us and the public.
Right. So that's a priority we have. That's something that it's a challenge, and it's something that we would like to work on as a unit. The other things on our list today were to discuss legislation. I'll repeat what's been said before, and certainly, we just discussed legislation that might come down the pike that would give us more jurisdiction over different activities that would constitute lobbying if some of those bills go forward. And, we were certainly looking with interest on that. The other thing is we were considering, and I believe we probably mentioned this in ethics, but the lobbyists and clients that have to take the training, there's no penalty for not taking the training. So, that's something that we think would be worth pursuing. And so I would say that. As far as the other things that might be on our list, I think the advisory opinion review, which I think was on our list, interesting part about our unit is, like I said, back in 2019, we actually looked at all of the old advisory opinions, and we either codified them in the regulation, or there's a provision in the regulation that if there's any inconsistency with the regulations and, an advisory opinion that might be 20 years old, the regulations rule. So in a way, we did a lot of that work through the regulations that we drafted. And so the regulations, like I said, are comprehensive, and that's where you look if you want to know how to comply with the lobbying law. We do, however, there are still advisory opinions on the books, though, and so Megan and I were discussing, possibly a project to look through them, and if any of them are inconsistent with the regulations, we could possibly remove those, or if they're codified in the regulations, we could say so, or we could do something with them. But for the most part, the regulations have either superseded or codified for the most part, most advisory opinions. So that's that. If we get advisory opinion requests and need to look at those, that would be something, of course, that we would go through the committee for or with. We would probably take a stab at drafting it and then go through that with the committee. So that would be something we would do. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, and the lobbying guidance function. So we operate. We give if they ask us for advice on lobbying, we give that advice out. That's informal guidance we give out. Megan is the lead on that. She will get all of the attorney of the day questions that get funneled to any of our attorneys, get funneled to her, and she can answer those if they are high profile or if they are a complex question. She will go to me on it. And of course, if it's high profile, I will go up the chain here, through general counsel and through the executive director before providing any informal guidance. So that works fairly well. And that's about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I have not mentioned. We were going to show you a demonstration of the public search function, but at this point, I feel like it's late in the day, and unless anyone's dying to see that, I could show that to you any other time, but that was going to be something we showed you, but I think at this stage, we don't have to do that.
How many advisory opinions are there, would you say?
There's like 65-ish, 67 that were on the books, but a lot of them are really old.
Yeah, and how long do you think it would take you to go through those and figure out which ones are no longer applicable or have been superseded that shouldn't really be out there?
Right. I don't think that would take all that long. The lobbying opinions tended to be really short. They might be like 2 paragraphs. They're very conclusory. They don't have a lot of analysis in them, so they don't take long to read. I'll say that. And so, no, I would think we could get it done fairly quickly. If we spend time on it, it could take, a couple, it depends on what else we're doing, but we could have it done between one meeting and another, or maybe, a month or so, 3 weeks.
The committee members have any questions?
I have none.
That's I reserve tonight to go back.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
We're good here.
We appreciate everybody's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. And do any more questions in general? Well, hearing none, let me thank committee chairs, committee members, staff, for your commitment and dedication to not only this work and the work of these committees, but to the work of the commission as a whole. And we will look forward to the committees following up on the issues that were raised today and determining how you're going to meet, given some of the strictures we have placed on us by the open meetings law. But we will persevere and endeavor to be diligent in how we address the issues that we put on the agendas for ourselves. They're all substantive issues, they're important issues, and we're gonna work hard to make sure that we engage them effectively. So thank you all, and if there is no other business, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved by Commissioner Edwards, seconded by Commissioner Cardoza. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you.
No, I want to.